I got to check my settings. Most of all, I should check my brain. Yeah, let me see. Yeah, that's working. Okay. All right. Good afternoon. Let me turn this junky music off. But it is royalty free. Sometimes there's reasons things are free. I don't know where to start. Ham may or may not join. I'm not going to put pressure on him, but he may join. No guarantees. No guarantees. All right. Pecos Bill just texted me, and we all love Pecos Bill. Unfortunately, oh, there it is. Yes. I'm just responding to Pecos Bill. Okay. Hey, Rob, let me go through. Anyway, today, let's look at some prices. Everything's getting hit. I want to talk a little bit about my feelings on CAUD. I'll try to not be upset or lose my temper or be intemperate. Last night, I went to I don't know if I should talk about that. Anyway, I went to a AA meeting at the insistence of one of my friends, a couple of my friends, and it was a ways away. And I actually tried one Saturday night, but it wasn't my cup of tea because it was, a very happy place. But it was warm, and the Saturday night warm, they were great. But I couldn't really, well, on a human level, I could understand, but I couldn't relate to some of the issues. Anyway, I'll go back maybe, but I thought a friend of mine said, go to this other one. It was in an Episcopal church. But what was amazing about it, and it's really set my mind and my emotions and everything, is a guy I knew from Merrill Lynch times was there, and it was great to see him. It was great to see him. He actually was talking, and he called me out a few times, and that was essentially my first meeting. I do admit that I went to the one Saturday, but I was clutching my cup. I wanted to leave. But anyway, so maybe you call it my second, but it was the one that, and then another friend of mine that I worked with at what's now Morgan Stanley was there, and it was great. Anyway, it was a nice feeling to reconnect with a couple of guys who brought back memories of when I was on Wall Street. And what was amazing, and I guess that's why I brought it up, is afterward I was talking to the one fella, as Norm Macdonald would call him, And he said, "What are you doing?" I said, "Well, I'm fighting naked short selling, and I have an audience of people that I think my background as a retail broker, wealth manager, it seems to help people, although I don't know why." And God, it turned out there were 3 or 4 financial types in this meeting, and the rest were lawyers. It was a men's meeting. I don't know what I'm talking about with these meetings. I don't know, but they have no clue, no clue. These are top producers. They've been brokers for, well, wealth advisors, wealth managers for, in the one case, uh, 80s, 90s, 2000s, 2010s, 40, 42, 43 years. The other probably about 40 years. The other guy that I met, I don't know. No clue. Absolutely no clue that this kind of criminality goes on. They looked at me like I was, you know, probably I needed to be in these meetings because I had lost my effing mind. There is absolutely no understanding on Wall Street by good people, of the criminality that is rampant in the markets by a select group, primarily men, and primarily men of certain training and background. Anyway, it was a great feeling. It was camaraderie and all that, but it really made me feel kind of, and has made me feel a little bit, what are we fighting here? What are we fighting? Um, it's just incredible because people don't, that, you bring it up not to, not to make any statement on it, but it's like me mentioning Alex Jones yesterday. Everyone goes, "Oh, wow, you don't know what you're talking about." But at the core is they can't accept that what they're doing could have some of this going on. Um, and I emphasize they're all good people, honest, look out for their clients. Um, I would trust their word. I would trust their word better than I'd trust any signature I did on any deals with anybody I did. But anyway, all right, let me get off of that. Mad Gun, I want to read you something that I read last night to myself. I didn't print it out, so I'm just going to read it to you. Mad Gun, unfortunately, it's going to take, it might take, it might take 10 minutes. But this is an article published regarding Ukraine, Mad Gun, and by Scott Ritter for Consortium News. I don't see the date. It's a couple of months ago, so it's prior to what happened in I don't know if no way to say it. If I say Israel, people get upset. If I say Gaza, people will get upset. Let's just say in the Middle East. This was prior to that. Quote, what we are witnessing is not just the end of the Cold War or a passing of a particular period of post-war history, but the end of history as such. That is the end point of mankind's ideological evolution and the universalization of Western liberal democracy as the final form of human government, unquote. That was the starting quote. These words, written by the American political science Francis Fukuyama, I've never been that impressed by Francis Fukuyama, who in 1989 published The End of History, an article which turned the academic world upside down. Fukuyama went on to write, liberal democracy replaces the irrational desire to be recognized as greater than others with a rational desire to be recognized as equal. All right, I'm going to skip the rest of his quote because it goes on for a couple paragraphs more. The global model, this growing nationalism, which is in the quote, in other words, his idea, the weakness of it over the years has been growing nationalism. This growing nationalism was the poison pill to Fukuyama's thesis regarding the primacy of liberal democracy. The foundational premise of the then burgeoning neoconservative philosophical construct of a quote unquote new American century was that liberal democracy, as practiced in the United States and to a lesser extent in Western Europe, would become the model upon which the world would be rebuilt under American leadership in the post-Cold War era. These paragons of twisted confluence of capitalism and neoliberalism would have done well to reflect on the words of their arch nemesis, Karl Marx, who famously observed that, quote, men make their own history, but do not make it as they please. They do not make it under self-selected circumstances, but under circumstances existing already, given and transmitted from the past. The tradition of all dead generations weighs like a nightmare on the brains of the living, unquote. That's Karl Marx. This is Ritter going on. History, it seems, can never end, but rather is reincarnated over and over from a foundation of history influenced by the actions of the past, infected as they are by the mistakes that are derived from the human condition. One of the mistakes made by Fukuyama and the proponents of liberal democracy, who embraced his end of history ideal in researching their conclusion, is that the key to historical progression lies not in the future, which has yet to be written, but in the past, which serves as the foundation upon which everything is built. Historical foundations run deep, deeper than the memories of most academics. There are lessons of the past which reside in the soul of those most impacted by events, both those recorded in writing and those passed down orally from generation to generation. Academics such as Fukuyama study the present, drawing conclusions based upon a shallow understanding of the complexities of times past. According to Fukuyama, history ended with the conclusion of the Cold War, perceived as a decisive victory of the liberal democratic order over its ideological opponent, world communism. But what if the collapse of the Soviet Union, the event seen by most historians as signaling the end of the Cold War, wasn't triggered by the manifestation of the victory over communism by liberal democracy, but rather by the weight of history defined by the consequences of prior end of history moments? What what if the sins of the fathers were transferred to the progeny of previous historical figures? Of the many points of conflict occurring in the world today, one stands out as a manifestation of the ongoing fascination liberal democracy and adherents have with the victory over communism, which they thought was won more than 3 decades ago, namely the ongoing conflict between Russia, Madgun, and Ukraine, or as it used to be known, the Ukraine. The borderlands, that's what Ukraine means, the borderlands. Political scientists in the Fukuyama end of history school view this conflict as being derived by the resistance of the remnants of Soviet regional hegemony, i.e., modern day Russia, led by its president Vladimir Putin, over the inevitability of liberal democracy taking hold. But a closer examination of the Russia-Ukraine conflict. All right, you're saved by the bell, everyone. Hello? Hello? Say that again? No, it's tomorrow morning, 8 a.m. 8 a.m. 8 a.m. I'm a little nervous about it, but 8 a.m. I go in. It's only one, yeah. But I don't know if I'll do distance. Anyway, I'll talk to the doctor, but I am on, so you can go live, and I'll tell you, everyone here wants to hear the voice. All right, hang on. Hang on, relax, everybody. The voice is coming to the rescue.
I'm just telling people on Twitter.
All right, here's the voice. The audience.
Give me 1 second.
The audience, the voice. The voice, the audience.
Hold on.
Relax, everyone.
I just said I'm going live, but I'm on YouTube now. Anyway, this is not to buy or sell. This is for this is our opinion. Make your own decisions on your investment. Blah 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 blah. All right. Last night I was in New York City with 2 shareholders, and they had a company they wanted to get funded. So I brought them in to speak with a big funder, and it just so happens that both of them, a man and a woman, both know John Hurry. Both were ripped off by him. They put positions of stock at their company. Or
John who? John who?
John Hurry.
Hurry. Hurry.
Yeah. And he robbed everyone they know. Everyone. It wasn't even a question. So I called Richard up of Not Legal Advice to let him know that the people that he labeled as a scumbag is 100% a scumbag. That is, I'm trying to get the 2 people that are holders to actually come on a call. They're in a conference, they're in a meeting right now, and I'm going to try to get them on a call so you can actually hear from people that know a lot about Alpine, that have been ripped off by him. Everyone they know got ripped off by him. He just robs everything. He couldn't kill us. They couldn't kill us. All right. And so I was with them last night. I had a couple other things I wanted to bring you up to speed on. I posted about that GDC this morning. I hear it's next week. I don't know what the story is, but I hear it's going to go next week. And I got, obviously, someone's buying it.
You have questions on GDC, but go ahead with your train of thought.
You have questions on it? I don't know anything about it. I just was told that it's going to go up next week. That's what I put up, exactly what I said. I know nothing about it. My good friend told me about ATL. That was the rumor yesterday. ALT. I put that up. It's up to 631. It was 550 to deal with some sort of obesity drug. Pfizer got theirs shut down. They had bad data. Roche bought a company for $3 billion in phase 1. And they say that Pfizer most likely is going to buy ALT. So if they bought a company for $3 billion, this one has a $300 million market cap. You do the math. That's what I hear on that one. I am not involved. I'm in Finger and loaded up in GTII and GDC. Sorry, that's it. That's it. Yeah. Again, I'm not Fidelity. I can only buy, and I'm still not in the black yet on GDC. They took it down so much that now it's coming back. But anyway, that's what I know about those stocks. Law enforcement is reviewing it. I can't get details on it. That's how they tell you. So it's in play. Finger Motion is number one on the hit parade in the Secret Service mailbox. I'm updating my business plan for South Korea. I'll have it done today. I have my blockchain expert taking care of that for us. And we will have a full business proposal for South Korea, including a financial news show with all the projections and everything we need. I will be out to dinner tonight in Manhattan with a guy who has $5 billion that wanted to do some sort of financial show. And I think together we could actually become a monster. And the best part about it, he has all the money. So
does he talk like this?
Motion, so that's a good thing. I already closed him on that. So he's a $5 billion money manager, and he owns some stock. He doesn't know everything about naked short selling in the world, but he wants to get into financial content. And I'm going to present to him my business ideas on that. Anything that you want to bring up? I got kicked out of jury duty after 4 hours of waiting, 4.5 hours. If it was a grand jury, I would have done 18 weeks. I would have done. And I was waiting.
And it would have been, what, $35 a day?
You have to go to the courthouse. It would have been a pain in the ass. But anyway, I was waiting for them to call me. They were calling people in. There was 150 people on a Zoom call. And for those people who've never been on a Zoom call with 150 people that are over the age of 50, you can only imagine. I can't see my hand. What's going on? It was like the judge yelled, "Everyone mute their phones, their Zoom calls." Everybody was just talking. It was like chaos. But not easy when you're dealing with elderly people and these courthouses. It'd have taken you 3 minutes to throw out 20% of them. One guy had a oxygen tube in his nose. I don't even know how the judge even let him go by another minute. But anyway, after 4.5 hours, I got the boot, and I wanted them to say to me that I was on a grand jury. All I wanted to know was if it was a financial crime. If he would have said yes, it's about a subject called naked short selling, I would have said, boy, I would love to be on this. I was going to say, but I never got to that point. They gathered there, 23 people, and gave me the boot after 5 hours of doing this nonsense. Anyway, that was what consumed my day. I got stuck and I forgot all about it. But anyway, go ahead. Any questions?
Not really. They asked about GDC. I have a color question for why do all of these criminals succeed? If you met them, and you did, because they took down your company, and you've met them over and over. When you meet them, are they just good guys and girls? They're
you will hang out with them. They're very nice.
Yeah.
Very nice.
So they're all. So your instincts.
They're not gangsters. They're
Yeah.
not. They're very polite. They're well spoken. They present. Let's have a dinner. Let's do this. But, very nice. It's all nice.
So it's all normal people trust them, and then they stick the knife in their back without.
Well, when they come to you and you go to borrow $2 million and they offer you $5 million, and all you do as I'm sure as a public company, you sit there and say, "Oh my God, we needed $2 million. Now we have $5 million. We have enough money for a year without a headache trying to raise $1. Let's do it. Let's just get it over with." And that's how they feel, not knowing the consequences of what happens once they do it, because then their stocks are ruined. And now how do you get past that mess? Now you got a different problem.
Well, one guy is saying he's green in Finger, Wolf, and GDC.
That's the one thing, I spoke to someone last night about it. It's the craziest. It's the most underperforming Bitcoin play out there. It's so heavily shorted. They just can't let it go. But just when you cast doubt on it, that's when it explodes up. You know, look at Bitcoin, the swings in this thing. It's up $2,000 today. They can't knock it down. The other day, Jamie Dimon came out trying to knock it down. I mean, it's like everything else. Everyone's got these opinions, and the powerful people trying to shut down Bitcoin for what reason? Let it be. What do you have to do with it? What do you care?
So
what people do.
I'm going to say, I already did this, Deborah P., but I'll do it to everyone. Today is Anna's birthday, so everyone wish Anna happy birthday too.
Happy birthday, but get back to work. There's no days off. There's no crying in baseball. Get back out there. Go enjoy the night, whatever you have left of this day, and happy birthday, and no drinking. Get back to work.
And then this Raka says the Secret Service is not going after short sellers. I don't know how Raka knows.
He knows, yeah. Ooh, I know.
Raka's, oh, I see. Already looking to pump new stocks. All right, Raka, thanks for joining. You're going to go away.
Hey,
you are going to go away.
All I can say is that if you want to be on the short side, go post on Twitter and say, hey, when enforcement comes, please include my name and my handle. I would love to talk with them and give them our side. That's what you have to do. Be a man about it. All right, that's all. I have no fear going when they call, but people who post and say things like that have fear, and they won't show up. I keep calling them out. They don't show up. Listen, I had an interesting thought. What's his name? Jim Chanos, did he quit being a naked short seller, naked short seller? Is he involved in MMTLP short? Could that be possible? Because that's a big mouth that gets shut down. Okay. You know, if Ken Griffin made all this money, can you imagine that this guy gave back $7 billion to his investors? Think about investing with that guy.
And he gets at least 20% of that.
And just think about, he gave back, and he has 65 billion and fails to deliver. Security sold but not yet purchased. So he paid out $7 billion. It's like they're taking money out of the fund just in case it gets blown up. Everyone's got their money back, right?
Yeah.
That's how they do it. I mean, it's pretty obvious. How do you give back $7 billion in 1 year?
Well, it's amazing. Company after company on the NASDAQ, over the counter, New York, wherever, just listen to these liars and take their deals over and over and over again.
Listen, besides the naked short, the funders, the toxic lenders, Ken Griffin is playing a bigger game, and he's decided he's Julius Caesar, and he decides what price your stock is.
Yeah.
And by deciding what price your stock is, you got to remember, when they start pooling money together at this magnitude, where these guys have so much money, they can attack one stock and just destroy it, whoever it may be. So again, with the loophole and all that money, you're like, it's like you're fighting City Hall. How are you going to win?
There goes the premise of the free market system. There's no price discovery.
There is no price. They make the discovery. They say whatever it may be. They become Julius Caesar, up or down. Amazon is good. Everybody else, thumbs down. Kill them.
They're going to have their Ides of March.
All right, that's what they do. But anyway, I do think that the enforcement people are investigating it, unlike that gentleman, because we actually speak with them.
Right.
Right? If you think that no one's going to come out here and make a wager, or I can introduce you to them. I could be a man. I'll introduce you to them, and you can speak with them. Let's see how much you like to sit there and talk to the top enforcement agency in the country. Go and you talk to them. And stand up and say why you believe naked short selling and that we're all full of shit. Yeah, be my guest. But they never do. And we know John Hurry's a crook. So if you're tied to John Hurry and Alpine, I have two people that will sign affidavits that they've been ripped off, know everything about him. They live in Arizona. They know everything about Scottsdale. They know everything about this guy Hurry. I know nothing about him. I've never lived in this cesspool of the equity markets that I'm dragged into now. But there's many creatures out here that stolen so much money, and they still think that they can continue to play. Like yesterday, when we heard that these guys are trying to start up a new prime broker. We have two SEC enforcement lawyers that were former SEC enforcement lawyers that are going to get back to us looking through the filings for anyone that has filed to become a prime broker. We'll get their names shortly. All right. These guys are just trying to change the name to go from Alpine to Pine Prime Broker Services. They cannot operate unless the prime broker is allowing it and looking the other way. So they need that comfort of that someone protecting them, and that is the prime broker that they blew up with Alpine. That was a direct hit, and now who knows where they're going to pop up again. And from what I heard, the Kramers invested about $4 million into this new prime broker services that they raised about 10. So it's these small criminals.
How do the Kramers continue?
They can't help themselves. They crackheads. That's it. It's not the same. Well, like he said, his son said, you don't fuck with the Kramers, right? Is that what?
Yeah. Nobody FUXs with the Kramers.
Right. That's it. That's their mentality. That's how they think. And I don't understand it, but you know what? They want to go to jail. They go to jail. That's the way it goes. They stay too long at the dance, as they say, right?
Well, money isn't for free anymore.
They stole all the money, and they continue to come back to the well. And the only reason they keep hanging around is, besides stealing more money, they need to somehow get their ass out of what they just did. When these things finally do explode, they will be held responsible for it.
This is the best quote I've seen, the best comment I've seen all year. Zach says, not yours, Zach, a different Zach says, Ham, I look forward to your insight daily. It inspires me. You have such passion and determination in pursuit of justice for all retail investors.
Well, that's very kind of you, but I speak on behalf of my family, and I hope it resonates to you. Obviously it does. I treat your family as though it's my family, because I can't win this alone. Everybody needs to get in this boat together, and I can't listen. It's not just me. Every day I give people, praise for what they've done. From William to Ace to Richard to all these people that. I can't remember all the names, but Honor and everyone. Busy Brand, and I don't want to leave anybody out. Mark Fazil has been a beast lately. I mean, everybody's doing this, and if we don't push through, we're all going to get wiped out. That's just the way it goes. I don't control any of this stuff.
Zach, he's always like that. Whenever I give him a compliment, he says, "Oh no, you don't know me. I'm a bad guy." He's always like that, but he appreciates it, Zach.
Oh yeah, no, I do. Listen, again, you don't have to praise me. I'm just like you. I'm just trying to make sure this works. That's it. And if it does end, everyone's gonna say, "What am I going to do?" The truth is, I wouldn't know what else to do. I've been doing this for so long, and
you'll be shuffling around in the old age home. Short sellers,
God,
Kramer, GTII. The nurse will stick another needle in your arm.
Who's going to get stuck with me in that people are going to sit there and going to say, this guy pitches the same stuff for 2 years. He's been saying.
He's 89 and he keeps saying the same thing over and over again. He walks into the cafeteria and all he says is he sees the same pattern.
Oh, God.
So Nunya D. Biz says, I've been telling everyone who would listen for 12 years that the ticker price of every security on them in the U.S. markets is a dictated price. I can't count the number of times I was met with ridicule and insult. It's not a question.
Pat Curran always said, Mahatma Gandhi said, first they laugh at you. I forget the whole saying, but that's what it is, and then we win at the end, right? That's how
first Hillary Clinton makes fun of you because you're a dusty What did she say he was? Dusty. Anyway, and then you go to the top of the world. Can anyone ask him? I will. About Finger and the Capybara federal court response by Capybara, which I understand is due today.
That's it. You can reach out to Mark Bazile. Ask him yourself. Just go to Bazile Law Firm and ask him. He's the one that's on top. He's the one that's filing that stuff. I haven't had time to reach out to him or anything, but you can go on Twitter and ask yourself. That's a great question.
One guy's pointing out that Friday is triple witching for options and futures and all that. Do you think it'll set up a gamma squeeze or a gamma under?
I don't know what controls these things when they go. They go when they happen. It's just the way it's just the strangest. We've tried every crazy pattern you can to see how it works and study it. And you can look at a stock and just turn around and like GDC, I went back and looked. This company had a big squeeze a month ago in May, I think it was. It went to $44. Then it's been just sitting here. And the attack down from 5.5. My friend bought it at 4. We bought it down below 380. And they knocked it down to 2.25. Like, where are they going? I mean, they just keep trying to push companies out of business. 2.25. I mean, my Lord, they don't stop. But at the end of the day, they just sold stock to 2.25, and they just, next thing it turns, and now they're upside down more. That's how it goes. When do they pop? When do they do it? I don't know.
I don't know if you can say this. How would you put together the case for the Secret Service against the naked short sellers?
First, I presented it that it's a huge problem. I already did it already. I don't have my email in front of me. I outlined 24 years of data. I put the biggest stories out there, from Goldman Sachs being fined, JP Morgan spoofing, everything they can to steal people's money. The Susan Trimbath, the $9 billion. I used the story with the big toad saying it's $27 trillion that's parked offshore. I put the information about Ken Griffin. I updated it, about Ken Griffin. I updated it about GameStop, AMC. I put my stories about pointing it out, the short squeeze and GameStop a long time ago. I pointed out the Kramers, they're bad actors. I pointed out Lynn Partners. I pointed out that Lynn Partners' money manager in Australia is up 220%. Every one of Lynn Partners' investments are worth. So I put it all together. I showed that this is a massive problem. Videos, you name it, I touched on everything. And then my next email was even better because now I had South Korea and Thailand jumping into it. So something that we just thought was a U.S. problem is now a global problem. All right. And that's what I presented. And that information, including all the other stuff, MMTLP, all the other stuff, the senators and this and the videos, it's just endless. So now they see the problem, they know it's bigger, and I gave them solutions. All right. So again, if they don't stop it at the end of the day, I told them that they're going to be robbed. They have pensions, their family, their children, all their pension money be gone. And when you can't be a law enforcement agent anymore because of age, you depend on your pension money that you put into it all the time. And to lose, if you're putting in money every year and you put up $1 and you lose 23 cents a year on each one of your dollars, you're just going backwards after a while.
Well, the biggest thing is that it's like an upside down pyramid. The assets, the real assets in the market are being Xeroxed. So the base is upside down and it's so huge, it's going to tip over and it's going to be destroyed. Hard for me to describe what I'm seeing in my head. This gentleman has an interesting perspective. He says, don't blame the crooks, blame the system. Well, maybe.
Oh, no, listen. That fat bastard, Savvy Management, I can hang out with that guy. I mean, he's probably got plenty of money, just spending it, like, looking to make friends, whatever he's doing, putting his kid through internships at BlackRock. You name it. You get a lot of good connections when you meet these type of people. They're obviously using the system that's been set up with a big hole in it to take advantage of it. There's no question about that.
Are you on Charlie Payne's Twitterati page? Because apparently he just tweeted he will revisit the MMTLP story. He just tweeted that.
Well, whoever got Charlie Payne to get on the MMTLP story is a real hero. We should thank that person.
Well, I think Smokey and I'm trying to remember who else. There was one other gentleman there, Michael the Marine. Anyway, there's people in that community, as they call it, that have worked really hard, and they got Charlie Payne. I think you helped get Charlie Payne.
I was the first person to get John Berger on Charlie Payne. That's how I started it. And they carried it afterwards. And I congratulate them for following through on the story, because I don't know the whole story. These guys understood it the whole get-go, and they never let up. And Charlie's a good guy. He's like us. And he knows everything about it. And I'm glad when he went after Hester Pence, whatever her name is, Pierce, and it's still like no one cares. I don't even know how these people just go on TV, get abused, and just walk about like they did something great. Got me. I don't understand it. But again, it takes everyone. I used every connection I had. I got Charlie Payne for them, and he did the right thing. And I'm glad he's coming back to help him out. I don't want any credit for it, and I'm glad I can help the MMTLP field. That was it.
Anyway, there's a comment that Ken Griffin admitted to setting the prices, but you already talked about that.
It's all over the place. I mean, just I told you, he's decided he became Caesar. This stock dies, this one lives, this one dies, this one lives. That's what he's doing. And at the end of the day, he's running around buying homes and this, and I mean, just the normal.
He's just a thief who, out of his Harvard dorm room, figured out a way to steal while he's trading. Anyway, he's just
the problem with him is that the government has knighted him, the Federal Reserve, and Pat Burns said that in one of his conference calls, right?
Right, that's true. Yeah.
So
because the Fed can go through him to get maximum buying power and move prices in 7 stocks and the bond market and make us all feel like we're living in the greatest economy in the world.
It's funny how he doesn't attack those stocks, right? But the ones that push him, he knows what's going on. But anyway, I believe they're going to hang the small crooks, Savvy Management, this one, that one. These guys are all going to get hung. From Andrew Left to all these short and distort guys, they're all going to get a beating. They're all going to get in trouble from this stuff. And the big players are going to, as long as the small guys get locked up, I don't give a damn what they do to Ken Griffin. I'm not in any of his names. I could care less.
Well, there's an aspect. I was talking to somebody, this morning. There's an aspect to your plan, which is let's get one of these stocks, then we go pick one after another. There's an angle of, well, let's make money. Let's not fight the whole bloody world. But I think the way to fix this is to cost them money, hurt them in the pocketbook. It's the only thing they understand.
Right.
Anyway, I took you off your thought process.
No, I got it. No, listen, again, I said the small people are going to get, they're going to give up the Kramers. They're going to give up, Alpine. They're going to give up Lynn. They're going to give up, who's that dope short wolf? I forgot his name. I forgot the name. All these these type of people are the ones that are going to get shaken out. And then the small caps can survive. And Ken Griffin will continue with his order flow charade and shorting everything in the big cap stocks. Yeah, I don't care about that. Because if he was the naked short in the big cap stocks, like Apple and UNH and those names, he would have a tough time manipulating the stocks. He could add liquidity because the stocks are so thin. Look at Costco today, right? Costco's at up another $12 today, right?
Yeah, it's all because Charlie Munger died. No, it was that was his favorite stock.
So I'm just saying, so these type of things those are the stocks that, someone needs to add liquidity to, but you don't see Ken Griffin out here standing in front of this freight train, right?
Right.
He doesn't. He knows institutions are trying to buy it, and he stays out of the way. That's how his stock is up $12. But if you look at a finger motion, the stock goes up 12 cents. All of a sudden, someone keeps offering it down. Sell 200, sell 100, sell it lower, mark it down. It's completely different trading patterns.
Yeah, the patterns are all upside down for the last several months.
Yeah, and look at GDC. It's up to went to 298. Someone comes in, they was offered at 298, ready to go to 5,000. Now they got 7,600 to 296. It's the same thing. No bid, 400 shares, 7,600 offered. They always want to make it look like the seller is bigger than the buyers. It's just a head game.
They'll sit you down in your nursing home. The doctor will be there and he'll say, Ham, is the pattern in the room with us?
They'll be putting the hand on the side of their head with the finger circling around like I'm crazy.
It's what he does.
Give him a lobotomy. Take it out of him.
Do you see it now?
Right. Is he in the room with us? Right.
Hey, finger is up.
Yeah, well, they just had it was 446, and then what do you call it? A couple of 100 share, 200 share sells at rapid fire, and they have it now where it's up 2 cents.
Yeah, but drip, drip, drip. It's gone up from 4 2 weeks ago, 399. It's up 40.
It's like pulling teeth for it to go up. Are you kidding me?
But it's up 10% in a couple of weeks.
Let the stock go higher. I keep trying to tell you, look how hard they try to manipulate.
They would if they thought they could win.
They just keep saying, they keep manipulating it. Hold it down. Don't let it go high. GDC, don't let it go through 3. If it goes through 3, everyone thinks it's going to 4. So they pile it up at 296. How many times have we seen that in finger motion? At 4, then 5, the wall at 6, the wall at 7. They put these big walls up. It's the same thing. I wish I could say something different, but it's the same thing every time. And just to change thought process for a second, I told everyone that I bet a lot of money on the college football team to win, and my bet did win. And I got kicked out of the playoffs over some technicality, whatever it was. And now everyone is suing the college football and ESPN for fraud because they manipulated their ratings.
Could you get your money back?
At the end of the day, I'm still going to lose all my money. I can't believe it. The ESPN's going to get exposed for manipulating the sport, and I'm going to lose my money. That's how it's good. That's how it's going to work out.
You'll get a bumper sticker that you won, but
I'll
no
get a
cash.
bumper sticker. I lost all my money.
Or a T-shirt.
I gave up $50,000. I can't believe it. I'm still sick about it. But anyway, let's go. Actually, last night we talked about a guy who won $11 million playing blackjack and poker. Some guy named Mays. He's an internet blah 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 blah. I got thrown out of casinos after he won all that money. But someone I know actually knows the gentleman. He got long hair. He looks like Charles Manson, like tattoos all over him. He looks like a guy you would never want to meet in the street. But my friend told me he's the nicest guy in the world, and he takes his money and he donates it and buys things for people for charity. He helps them with their home. He does it all good. That's all he does, is does things for good. If you met the guy in the street, you would run. And I couldn't believe it. He told me he's the nicest guy in the world, and he donates money all the time. Doesn't make a noise about it, just does it, and he's a great guy. Not like Ken Griffin, who donated the money, not saying that he's destroying cancer companies while trying to fund it on the second breath. It's really amazing. Like Northwest Bio is suing Ken Griffin and Citadel for security fraud. And he's taking the money that he's stolen, and he's donated it to the hospitals. And he's killing the companies that are working on the cures. Amazing stuff.
I'm looking for questions. I'll go to the bottom and go back up. Alabama did the same thing to Wisconsin years back. And the
No,
coach,
it was Ohio State. It was Ohio State beat Wisconsin after they got their ass kicked by West Virginia, Virginia Tech or West Virginia. I think it was West Virginia, excuse me. So they had no choice but to beat up Wisconsin and score a lot of points. Otherwise, they would never would have made the playoffs. So please don't bring that up. Next subject.
this guy is.
I only know a couple of subjects. Anything else I know nothing about. I actually, my family made fun of me because I made a grilled cheese the other day, never cooking before. I put 2 pieces of toast in, slapped the toast together with the cheese in the middle of it. That was my attempt of making a grilled cheese. That was it. And here we go. Finger motion is now down on the day, 100 shares. Hurry up, we all give up because they marked it down.
Well, you know, I was. You know this. By keeping the price down, it destroys deal making by the company. It destroys investor interest. But the share price is false. It's false. I don't know what the solution is.
Again, listen, this is all a head game. And they keep offering it. Now it's 200. You notice it's always 100 shares, 200 shares. You know, they just keep, if there's a big bid, they hit it. Other than that, they're just manipulating. I call it the cha-cha. The Kramers used to do this. The Kramers are notorious, but the cha-cha. And now the 430 bid is down to 100 shares. They're going to hit it, and they're going to offer it, and it's going to be down 2 cents on the day. And we're all going to go into a tizzy because our stock didn't go up today.
This is a good listener, so I'll take a chance. He's saying, what do you think about Boy Oscar William Larry Bowl, BOWL? I don't know anything about it, but
I don't know anything about it.
Calling it to your attention.
It's the year highs. If you bought it lower, you're a winner.
If you bought it lower, you're a winner. That sounds like something my boss.
All I can tell you is that stocks like this, I don't know what it is, but just be careful because, you know, stocks that we don't know, these are the easiest ones to attack. You basically just brought to my attention, if I was the short seller, I would sit there and say, okay, what is this piece of shit? That's the first thing they always say. And they look at it and say, okay, we can manipulate this thing. We got $11 to play and room in this thing. And, you know, I don't know if anybody's here, but that's how they think. That's, you know, they look at it just the way I described it to you. That's the first thing they say. What is this piece of shit? What's it doing here? That's what they say all the time. You know, I don't know nothing about the stock. I know nothing about it. I hope it goes to a zillion for you, whoever it is.
This I don't understand. You might, but in AMC, tokens were created and used as stocks.
I don't have the access to it. You know, that's above my pay grade.
Yeah, I can't figure out
what they're doing to somehow give them protection. To the only thing I can think of it reminds me of The Big Short when Selena Gomez is at the blackjack table and I forget the name of the chef. Is saying, well, she's making a bet, and what's happening is behind us, these other people are making bets on her bet, and it just keeps going out, and that shows the damage. That seems like the same thing they're doing with these tokens, if they do exist.
This guy, Anthony's asking you, what is the pattern today?
Well, the pattern today was straight down, right? Finger motion went down to 422 on the opening on no volume, right? Then it bounced up to 429. There was a big print of, I think, 20,000 or 15,000. I forgot. I put it up this morning. Someone put a bid up of 429 for 15,000. And within 30 seconds, someone sold the exact amount at 429. They didn't sell 17,000. The number was 15,000. They sold 15,000 at the exact same time that the bid was put up. So that was considered a wash trade. So you got to look at it, these guys with these fake trades to create volume. So as soon as they hit that bid, the stock went down to 422, and then slowly began to march up where people starting to pick at it. Today's short number will be, if you take away the, I'll say 20, 30,000 that they did that was fake, it was buyers around today. So the short number will be somewhere between 65 and 70% or 60 to 70%. If you take away the fake volume, that number goes from 60 to 70% to 80 to 90%. So basically, most of the volume today is either a wash trade or a naked short. No one's selling it. You could sit here for 10 minutes. There's not even a trade.
Look at the GTII price, 0.479655. Or it was.
Market, just look at the market on it. 46.4610 for 5,000 and 0.4897 for 2,500. Just look at the numbers. That'll tell you it's the short.
I'm going to flip this guy's question around, make it positive. Do you think the whales could end this?
Whales bought a lot of stock. It wasn't us. Nobody on this phone call was buying 50 or 100,000 shares at a clip.
Right.
Okay, I can vouch for that. There's nobody here, including myself. So there are big players here that bought the stock and understand what's going on. Nobody, not one big whale, is going to turn any stock when you're flooded with endless supply. So there has to be an event that will make it happen. Accumulation is the way I teach the whales, people I talk to. I said, no rush, take your time. I keep telling them, you're not going to break the stock by yourself. So take your time, accumulate, get your position. Why panic? There's no rush.
So Pete says that he got his dividend and it's tradable for GTII. There's a form Liberty requires. 1 week later, all good. A couple of people are asking what's the form. I assume it's a stock power. I assume it's a signature, so they can change it from the restricted shares, which the legend comes off, and then you get your freely tradable shares. But I assume that's what it is, a stock power.
Right.
But who knows? I don't know. Yeah, this.
As far as the dividend goes, I have to wait for everyone to pass the finish line so that every company can continue lying, make mistakes, the timeline, it's all good stuff. Again, the dividend wasn't here to make you wealthy. The dividend was here to expose the short. All right. So for anybody, the concern is that our concern was, how do we get these guys to get exposed? We can't just say you're exposed. We have to prove it. So the dividends do that.
He says it's a seller's representation letter. Whatever. I don't know. Hey, it's me. I own those. I don't know. Anyway.
I haven't seen it, but we'll see. Oh, excuse me.
I'm going to change this question around. Can GTII go higher? That's not what he asked. That's not what he asked. He asked it as negative.
It's an awful question, William. Can it go higher?
The question actually says, can GTII go lower?
Oh.
I tried to turn it to a positive.
It could stop. Someone could be banging down Alpine's door, grabbing John Hurry, and John Hurry, once he gets served with a subpoena or has to testify for a criminal offense, he will be ratting out everybody who's done business with him. Do you realize what John Hurry can do?
Even his wife?
John Hurry and his wife know all the accounts. I wouldn't be surprised if they gave up everybody to save their own ass. Because if I was them and I stole $1 billion, I'd be pointing the finger. I would go to the FBI and give up the Kramers. I would give up Savvy. I would give up all these people that did business through my firm. If Savvy did, I don't know where he did it. In a second, this guy, that guy, this guy, that guy. And they say, hey, if we convict him, you're free to go. I'll give you 10 more. What, are you kidding me? And you get to keep my money? Sure, get out of here. And that's what's going to happen.
Moody is is coming back to me. If you don't think it'll go higher, why would you own it? I own it. It will go higher. Anyway, I was trying to spin the question to a positive. Anyway,
well, listen again. William. Let's get over this. This is a game that either you believe we're going to win. If you don't believe we're going to win, you need to move on. Take your loss. We can't support. We can't do anything about that. Call the SEC, file a complaint, a whistleblower complaint. Do whatever you like. So all we're asking is that if you're here and you want to listen, we'll try to help you out as best we can to what we see all day long. You're going to work, you come in, other people do other things all day, and I study this all day long. So if you want to hear what I have to say, listen. If you don't want to hear it, don't listen. I could kill us.
That's why you have to leave the house so often.
Just remember that you will all get ripped off. I'm telling you the truth. I don't care how good you are. Just look at me. I think I'm good at this. I think I'm very good at it. And my friend bought GDC, and I followed him. And I'm only down $1. That's not bad. How's that for being a pro? Right? You can't get a bigger pro than me. I'm down $1. And what happened? Nothing. I didn't see any news. The company put up, the stock went straight down. I was down $1.25.
You're lucky. If they had put out good news, it'd be down $5.
Right. So I'm just saying that here it is. So here it is. I'm a pro. Tell me how you're going to navigate this stuff. You know how hard it is? Look at ATL. I've been watching it. I don't know nothing about it since I
thought it was ALT.
ALT. They told me about it yesterday. It was at 550 and ran up, ran down this morning. It opened at, I think it opened at 610. They drove it down to 556. Then it turned, it went positive, and now it's 640. I mean, unless you know how to trade those swings or don't get shaken out when they do these attacks, you know, I'm hoping that you understand the game now. And something like an ALT, which was 9 or 10 the other day, my friend told me. I mean, that would have been a perfect time to step in, buy the dip, sell the rip. And that's how you got to look
I think that's the biggest, in retrospect, the biggest lesson. We've had many times to sell the rip. And I just think, oh, it's going higher. But really, just sell the rip. It's like waves and hitting the shore.
There's many ways to trade. There's many ways to invest. You make your own decisions. I'm here for the long haul. I believe that the bigger play is the home run swing. And, you know, if you're starving and your family needs money, please protect yourself. If you're even on a position and you're nervous, sell it. You can always re-enter. If it does pull back down, you can get back in. Maybe you get lucky. If you miss it, you wait for the next one. That's it. Don't make mistakes and hurt yourself or your family. That's all I can say.
Pete Tong, it says in accordance with Rule 144, blah, blah, blah. Pete Tong, that's the legend. That's the legend on restricted stock. So that's perfect. You're just lifting it. You're signing it, saying that I think it means you're a real person, a real investor, and it's no longer restricted. You're not an insider. I don't know exactly what the form says, but it's all about lifting the restriction on the shares. That's all.
Mm-hmm.
When GTII and finger squeeze, many millionaires will be made because of him.
Nah, don't stop saying that.
I said that.
Give the credit to busy brands. I'll be dead by then.
So this guy's asking, will we have a hard time getting our money out of our accounts? Will the brokers be
so what you do, if you're concerned about that, right? Yeah. I'm not concerned about it, but if you're concerned about it, as soon as you get a big pile of money in your account, go buy an Apple computer, then move your stock to another firm and take your money out there. How's that?
That's a good idea. Buy a big cap stock and then decat it over to Merrill Lynch and sell it there.
Say, listen, I own Apple computer. They're gonna say, bring it on in, bring it in. As soon as you sell it at Merrill Lynch, they send my money out, close the account. That's it. Boom.
Joe asks you, what are the chances that the United States shuts down short selling like South Korea and we fix the issues?
0 and none.
I think it's 0. As long as Goldman Sachs owns the government, it's not happening.
They're going to serve up. The solution is they're going to serve up our short sellers. That's what's going to happen.
Alfred says, buy the dip, sell the rip. Oh, sure. It's just so easy. I don't find it easy, Alfred. It's the hardest thing to sell.
I find it, William,
Yeah.
I'm an expert on that, but I decided to change my pattern to be holding on for the home run swings.
Yeah.
I just showed you, this ALT. You could have bought it. You could have bought it this morning. It dipped and then turned and went right back up. It was down just 550 or something like that, 556.
I'm sure when Ham was on a trading desk, he was rewarded for taking those profits. I know that I was constantly trained. When it's up, take a third of it, take half of it. But
I was taught you never go broke making money. That's
Yeah.
what I was taught.
but
And I kept my job because I always tried to make money for the firm. And I got paid percentage of what I made. That's
the flip side is your boss wasn't telling you, hey, you missed out on 30 points. They just wanted you to book the profit and then do it constantly, day after day.
What they wouldn't do, no one would allow someone to naked short a position like you're seeing in the names we follow and sit here for a year tying up their money with unlimited upside liability. No one on Wall Street would allow that trade. Whoever's doing it is a fraudulent firm, person, whatever it may be, and they're doing it under the supervision of someone who's protecting them like Alpine, because no one else would allow this. The liability is off the charts.
I like
and
this.
There's no way out in these names.
I like this guy's idea. We could buy a blimp and fly it around the SEC building. The problem is you can't fly anything in DC. You can't fly a thing. But it's a good idea. It's a good idea. So, Ham, what do you say to people? I hear it from time to time. Oh, yeah, they've sold all that stock, but you can't just add day after day after day of numbers because it doesn't count when they bought it back with their algorithmic.
Right, so we're watching finger motion. I know people buying it all day.
Yeah.
And the shorts have been trying to mark it down all day.
Yeah.
I just don't see them buy. So they're selling it at $4.22.
Yeah.
And the shorts are buying it back at $4.40 today. Is that what they're saying? Is that the plan?
Yeah. No, I'm with you.
So if you just listen to what I'm saying, I'm being sarcastic.
I know.
They are selling it at the low and buying it back at the high all day long. Now, I don't know about you, but that's not a profitable trading strategy. That may last. You could do that for one day, trying to play the fraud game to manipulate the stock, but you can't do that every day because you just keep losing money. You can't do it. So the theory that they are selling it short and covering is completely false. You just look at the stock, you can see it.
Oh, here's an interesting point. Tom Ronk's number used to be 527 or 529. Do you think it's lower now? Or does it matter?
Well, they sold stock at 6. A lot of the volume is up there, but over time the number keeps coming down. I would say it's about 5 now. I would say that.
What if Trump becomes president? Do you think Pat Burns can affect change?
Pat Burns is the most honorable guy you're going to meet. If you think I'm crazy, just look at the stuff he's doing every day. That's all you need to know.
The only difference is he got paid $35 million, and you got.
Yeah, he got paid a lot of money. His father owned Geico, and my father was a garbage man, and my mother was the secretary. A little different family.
He got the elevator, you got the shaft. Like that stupid song. All right.
But you know what? I'd rather have my life than his life. Mine was a lot of fun. His doesn't sound like it was a lot of fun.
You'd rather have your wife than his wife?
No, he doesn't have a wife.
Oh.
But I said his life.
Oh, life.
He's a very, very bright guy. He's well educated. While he was doing that, I was at Studio 54. So I got my education there. He had his education in the school and where he was studying.
Jenny L says, tell Ham thank you for all his hard work.
Jenny L's name came across. I met someone from Jenny L. I met someone from Upstream, and he asked me, do you follow Jenny L? And I said, I really don't. I don't really pay attention to all that. Jenny L is from New Jersey.
No, she's,
And
well, she might be, but she lives in California now.
oh, California. Okay, I just thought he said New Jersey. Maybe it's Jenny, somebody else. I don't know. But they read your posts, whoever it is.
Jenny is a very hardworking supporter and has done a lot of research. She sends me, she sends Wes, she sends others. She's a good kid. Anyway, she thinks we're going to win very soon. Of course, she spelled it wrong.
Thank you. That's what I want to hear. Positive. Everyone be positive. They can't get out of the mess. They're trying everything. They put Capybara putting fake reports out here. Benzinga jeopardized his business. These guys are risking going to jail. What would you do if you were the crooks? I'd be doing exactly what they're doing. Fake reports, trying to manipulate the stock to get people to sell. And now you're looking at it saying, okay, what do we do now? Because we've always won. Look what they did to TIO. They came out with a fake report. They killed the company. Look at this one or that one, or INO, all these companies. CELU, killed it. 37 stock, 30 cents, CELU. I met the CEO. The guy's a neurosurgeon. His stock got slaughtered when he took money from Yorkville. He took money from Yorkville. I put it up there every day. And I like the guy. I posted it. I said, stay away from this name. Yorkville lent them money. You're going to get killed. It went from 80 cents, it's 20 cents. Not even you don't even get a drink. They wiped out.
But people, that's why I asked that question earlier. CEOs, boards, lawyers, they don't listen. Is it because these criminals come in dressed nicely? They have ease of an air of ease, and they are hail fellows, well met? Because no one sees them coming, even if you warn them.
They don't. The guy's a neurosurgeon. You think he knows what naked short selling is? He believes.
But they don't listen. The neurosurgeon didn't listen to you. He listened to the person who destroyed his life.
But he listened to his lawyers, and the lawyer said to him, "Hey, I don't care what you're doing. You got to get money in here, else we're going to close the doors." And that's what they did. They took the money.
It's just closing the doors sooner versus later.
That's what I said to him. I said, once you take the money, they're going to grind you. You're going to hurt everybody.
You just need to tell them, once you take the money, you have a job. You're no longer an entrepreneur. You're no longer going to get rich. You have an underpaid job, and you're going to be fired. All right, this question I'm going to answer first, and then you can. But Michelle is asking, what about Vocal? And I will tell you, Michelle, that stock is very close to being seller boxed. 0.0053, it's going to be seller boxed. I think it's going to be very difficult for that company to recover its share price.
It's got 7 million shares of volume in it today.
Yeah. Well, the problem is when you get down to those numbers, if market makers can get people to buy and sell, that's a huge percentage gain on their money. That's an enormous spread. It's 50%, 100% every time they trade. Maybe not 100%, but it's big.
We can only save as we go along. We got to save finger motion, then we'll go to GTII, and then we just go down the road and we can save what we like, right? So, we have to knock one out first, and then we can move down the road.
The key is if Jeremy avoids raising money by issuing shares, but the problem is he needs money because he's got a burn rate that's pretty high, and until his revenue crosses his burn rate, the shorts know he may go to the market to raise money.
So if that is true,
I don't know,
your burn rate and your profit is exceeding your burn rate, that means you're in the black, right?
Yeah.
So finger motion, I told you we heard that they were close to being profitable. That means that is already flipped for them. So what are the shorts standing here doing that, right? The company doesn't need money. So basically the short sellers in this case have trapped themselves and now is a super problem because the company is going to report its earnings. Someone told me January 12th. Okay, so how many days between now and then? let's say between holidays and weekends, you're talking maybe what, 12, 15 days, right? Trading days. All right, so the company.
Well, yeah, it's less than that. If there's two half days.
Whatever, yeah, you take away all the days, it's 15 days, the company's coming out. Like, so when's the news coming? Well, we know their earnings are coming out on the 12th.
Oh, I thought you were talking about tax loss settlement. Yeah.
No, I'm talking about the company's financials will come out on the 12th. We've been hearing that they're cash flow positive now, so there's no money needed. They're not burning any money.
Right.
They have money in the bank, and everything is moving in the right direction. So if you're short this stock, Benchmark gave it a $5 target right there. You can read it anywhere you like. And that was before the last revenue report, where the revenue went up 90% or 89%. So if you base it on that, a $5 target, it's got to be somewhere between 8 and 10 based on the new revenue jump. So who's selling it and trying to break it at 4? Who keeps offering it? And that is the short, because they can't let it go up. It's just very easy.
Did you see Richard? That's Richard, the Lion-Hearted. That's Richard. What do you call it? Not legal advice. Video on restructuring through bankruptcy to close shorts, like Serrano did.
It was interesting. I read it. Yeah,
the problem is, of course, equity gets wiped out in bankruptcy. So you'd have to give up on your short squeeze. You would kill the shorts, maybe.
Right.
So
just looking at that ALT, they tried just looking at a stock. I'm not long. I watched the trade. I'm trying to study the trading patterns. It opened straight down, bounced back up, it went green, and it took off. Now it's 652. Now I know nothing about this company, but if I paid $560 to $570 for it, I could sell half, make $1, and basically whatever position I have, I own a half of it. If I paid $550, I own it at $450, and that's trading. All right, or I could sell it all, lock it in today, and move along. That's trading. And those are the type of things that, listen, make yourself 100 a day, 500 a week, 2,000 a month, sitting at home. You can make $100 if you're smart in 2 minutes. Then you can say, I'm going to make $125 a day. You keep building up. And that's how professional traders learn how to trade. You just don't come in and say, I'm going to make $2.8 million in 3 days on one trade. You got to learn a little bit. You have to learn how the system plays. It's a golf course. You got to learn how to play it, right? Is that a good way to say it, William? I guess I don't know.
Well, somebody, I forget who it was, said to be good at something, you have to do it 10,000 times.
So keep trading, break even, make a penny, trade, make a penny. Learning when to buy a stock is a good way to learn. You'll learn to pick a stock as it starts to turn. Like I see a bottom when I see there's no more selling, and they look washed out, and they turn and they go. So you got to learn to do that. If you can learn to pick a bottom, the next thing you got to learn to say, okay, how much do I want to make when it does turn? And the problem is you have to stick to your guns. If you're going to turn and you're going to flip them and make quarters and 30 cents like that, stick to your guns. And when the stock goes down, you're going to say, oh my God, it broke my number. You know what? The stock doesn't act well. I'm going to sell it, lose 30 cents. I'm not going to hold on to it till it totally collapses. Holding on, you're not letting your winners run, and you're holding on to your losers too long. So you have to somehow figure out how to play the game on whatever pattern you got to figure out yourself. Whatever's best for you.
I can never tell. I think this guy is legit, and he's asking one thing he never understands is if they don't have the money to let it go higher, where are they getting the capital to keep pushing it lower?
Well, basically, all they're doing is selling it to knock it down, right? If you knock a stock down, like Finger Motion was just 440, then they printed 100 shares at 435, so 5 cents times 200 million shares. Look how much money they just saved by marking it down. Yeah,
but
right?
if it's, for example, if it's GTII, they probably have 250 maintenance requirement per share when they sell.
There's all types of, listen, you can have all these requirements,
but there's ways around it.
If your prime broker is crooked, okay, looking the other way, and they say, hey man, just give us some more leeway, and when we make this money, we got $300 million we can steal if we break this company. We'll give you $50 million, but give us some leeway. And they say, okay, we'll help fund you, because they know they're crooks.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Right.
This gentleman, I think, is legit too. I'll ask this question. The answer is, the answer is, of course, any stock can go down. He asked, can you ask him if GTII could get under 40 cents?
I have no idea. Of course I can. I can't.
I mean,
stop.
any stock can go down. But remember that somewhere in around here was where the stock got purchased and rallied twice before. But I don't know. You'd have to ask a chartist to see if there's some magical support at that level. I don't know. Ali Invest charges a penny a share for stocks under $2 to trade. I don't know what that has to do.
I mean, an online platform. Go find one that does it for free. What is the difference? Why would you pay a commission?
Look, this guy.
I told you Wall Street's about pennies, right? I told you, always tells you that, right?
Yeah.
Imagine paying a penny in and a penny out. You buy 5,000 shares, and today you bought it, and you sold it, for day trading purposes. And you say, "Oh my God, I paid 5, I sold it at 5. Thank God I got out." And you say, "Wait a second, I lost 2 cents every day. It's $100, right?"
Yeah.
And you sit there and say, "Wait a second, I broke even 5 times this week. I didn't make any money, but I wound up losing $500 in commission." I told you, these pennies add up. That's what happens. That's the most important thing, is your trading costs. Because you don't always have a winner every time. And it's sometimes going in and out, changing your mind. Say, I lost 20 cents. And you say, what about the commission? And you say, oh my God, I wound up losing like 30 cents. And that's the things that you have to take into account when you're trading.
All right. Well, it's 4 o'clock. Do you know where your children are?
I just saw someone put a picture of a snow owl on Twitter. Boy, is that a beautiful bird.
It's incredible.
All right, everyone, have a good night. And if I hear something, I'll be back. But again,
you're the best.
I was stuck in grand jury duty all day waiting for my time. And if I wish I could have filmed it. 150 people north of 50 years old, no one knowing how to work a Zoom call. How do I raise my hand? Everyone's speaking. No one had mute on. The judge is yelling. It went on for 40 minutes before they calmed everybody down and shut them all up. It was pretty funny. I don't know why they did it that way, but that's, it is what it is.
Luz says, take care, brush your hair, Ham.
That's it. Big Lou, take care, brush your hair. That's a Brooklyn thing. Listen, everyone, have a great night, and we'll see you tomorrow.
All right. Thanks, Sam. All right. It's 4 o'clock, and everything's down. Let's see if there's any questions on any topics. I wanted to finish that point about Ukraine to Mugrand, and it just goes to your observation. A closer examination of the Russia-Ukraine conflict points to the present conflicts being born of not simply the incomplete divorce of Ukraine from the Soviet orbit, which occurred at the end of the Cold War, but also from the detritus from the collapse of previous ruling systems, including Tsarist Russian and Austro-Hungarian empires. I've made a couple of mistakes in reading, so just to let you know. Indeed, the current conflict in Ukraine has nothing to do with any modern-day manifestation of the Cold War biopolarity, and everything to do with the resurrection of national identities, which existed, however imperfectly, centuries before the Cold War even began. To understand the roots of the Ukrainian-Russian conflict, one needs to study German actions after the 1918 Treaty of Brest-Litovsk, the rise and fall of Simon Petluria, and the Polish-Soviet War, all of which predated the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact and the dissection of Galicia that took place in 1939 and 1945. These actions were all triggered by the collapse of the Tsarist and Austro-Hungarian power, and then united by violent efforts to allow local realities to shape the final disposition of a region frozen in place by the rise of Soviet power. The dislocation felt by many Ukrainians today from all things Russian can be traced to the failed attempt at forming a nascent Ukrainian nation in the chaotic aftermath of the First World War, and the collapse of both Tsarist Russia and Austro-Hungarian empires, all prior to the consolidation of both Polish and Bolshevik power. The Ukrainian People's Republic, led by the nationalist Simon Petliura, claimed its independence from Russia in January of 1918. It did so backed by the German army, which occupied the republic after the Central Powers, led by Germany, signed the Brest-Litovsk, I can't say that, treaty, and with Ukraine in February of 1918. Russia and the Central Powers signed a separate Brest-Litovsk treaty in March of 1918. The German military occupiers then dissolved the socialist Ukrainian People's Republic in April of 1918, replacing it with the Ukrainian state, also known as the Second Hetmanate. The first Hetmanate was a Ukrainian Cossack state which existed in the Zaporizhian region from 1648 until 1764. Anyway, the Ukrainian state survived only until December 1918, when forces loyal to the deposed Ukrainian People's Republic, led by Petluria, overthrew the Second Hetmanate and reclaimed control over Ukraine. During this time, the physical dimensions of the Ukrainian People's Republic was in constant flux. In the short first tenure of the Ukrainian People's Republic, two territories claimed as Ukrainian, centered around Odessa and Kharkov, declared their independence from the Ukrainian People's Republic and instead opted to join Russia, as four regions today have similarly opted to join Russia. In November of 1918, a portion of the Austro-Hungarian Empire's Galician territories, possessing a Ukrainian majority, declared its independence, organized itself as the Western Ukrainian Republic, and in January 1919 merged with the Ukrainian People's Republic. But upon that creation, the Western Ukrainian Republic found itself at war with a newly independent Poland. And following the merger between the Western Ukrainian Republic and the Ukrainian People's Republic, the war morphed into a general conflict between Poland and Ukraine. One of the major battlegrounds of this conflict was the Western Galician territory of Volhynia. It was here that Ukrainian troops undertook the slaughter of thousands of Jews, for which Petluria has been blamed. The Polish-Ukrainian War ended in 1919 with the defeat of the Ukrainian People's Republic. One of the major reasons for this defeat was the rise of Soviet power as the Russian Civil War reached its violent conclusions in the territories abutting the Ukrainian People's Republic, allowing the victorious Red Army to turn its attention to consolidating Bolshevik authority over the territory of Ukraine. This led to a peace treaty between the Ukrainian People's Republic and Poland, which saw the territories of the former Western Ukrainian Republic turned over to Poland in exchange for Polish assistance against the Bolsheviks. The alliance between Poland and the Ukrainian People's Republic, concluded on April 1919, led to a Polish offensive against the Soviet Union, which ended with the capture of Kiev by Polish troops in May 1919. A Soviet counterattack in June took the Red Army to the gates of Warsaw, that's Poland, only to be thrown back in August by Polish forces, which began to advance eastward until the Soviets sued for peace in October 1920. While various efforts to end the Polish-Soviet conflict had been brokered on the basis of a delineation of territory known as the Curzon Line, named after the British lord who screwed up the Middle East too, who first proposed the line back in 1919. The final demarcation of the border was negotiated via the Treaty of Riga, signed in March of 1921, which formally ended the Polish-Soviet War. The so-called Riga Line had Poland taking control of large amounts of territory well east of the Curzon Line, leading to long-standing resentment by Soviet authorities. The Treaty of Riga imposed boundaries on a region with no regard to the ethnic composition of people living there, leading to a mixing of populations who were inherently hostile toward one another. The end of the Western Ukrainian Republic in 1919 led to political leadership of that entity going into diaspora in Europe, where they pressed the governments of Europe to recognize the independent status of Western Ukrainian nation. This diaspora worked closely with the disaffected Ukrainian nationalists who found themselves under Polish governance in the aftermath of the Polish-Soviet War. Among these Ukrainian nationalists was Stefan Bandera, an adherent of Simon Petulia's, and Simon was assassinated in exile in Paris in 1926 by Jewish anarchist Shalom Schwartzberg, who said he was avenging the death of 50,000 Jews. Schwartzberg was acquitted. Bandera rose to lead the Ukrainian nationalist movement in the 1930s, eventually allying himself with Nazi Germany following the 1939 partitioning of Poland between Germany and the Soviet Union, which ran roughly along the Curzon Line. Bandera was the driving force behind Ukrainian nationalist forces operating alongside the German occupying forces after the German invasion of the Soviet Union in June of 1941. These forces participated in the massacre of Jews in Lvov and Kiev, Babi Yar, or Babien Yar, and the slaughter of Poles in Volhynia in 1943-1944. When the Soviet Union and Western allies defeated Germany, the Curzon Line was used to demarcate the border between Poland and the Soviet Union, and Soviet Ukraine, putting the Western Ukraine territories under Soviet control. Bandera and hundreds of thousands of Western Ukrainian nationalists fled to Germany in 1944 ahead of the advancing Red Army. Bandera continued to maintain contact with tens of thousands of Ukrainian nationalist fighters who remained behind, coordinating their actions as part of a resistance campaign managed by Reinhard Gehlen, a German intelligence officer who ran Foreign Armies East, the German intelligence effort against the Soviet Union. After the surrender of Nazi Germany in May of 1945, Gehlen and his Foreign Armies East organization was subordinated to U.S. Army intelligence, where it was reorganized into what became BND, or West German Intelligence. The Cold War began in 1947 following the announcement by President Harry Truman of the so-called Truman Doctrine, which aspired to stop the expansion of Soviet geopolitical expansion. That same year, the newly created CIA took over management of the Gehlen organization. From 1945 until 1954, the Gehlen organization, at the behest of the United States and British intelligence, worked with Bandera and his organization of Ukrainian nationalists to direct the efforts of the Banderist fighters who remained on Soviet territory. They fought in a conflict which claimed the lives of tens of thousands of Soviet Red Army and security personnel, along with hundreds of thousands of OUN and Ukrainian civilians. The CIA continued to fund the OUN in diaspora up until 1990. In 1991, the first year of Ukraine's independence, the neo-fascist Social Nationalist Party, later Svoboda Party, was formed, tracing its provenance directly to Bandera. It had a street named after Bandera in Lvov and tried to name the city's airport after him. In 2010, pro-Western Ukrainian President Viktor Yushchenko declared Bandera a hero of Ukraine, a status reversed by Ukrainian President Viktor Yanukovych, who was later overthrown. More than 50 monuments, busts, and museums commemorating Bandera have been erected in Ukraine, two-thirds of which were built since 2005, the year the pro-American Yushchenko was elected. At the time of the 2014 overthrow of the elected Yanukovych, Western corporate media reported on the essential part of the descendants of Petulera and Bandera played in the coup. As the New York Times reported, the neo-Nazi group Right Sector had the key role in the violent ouster of Yanukovych. The role of neo-fascist groups in the uprising and its influence on Ukrainian society was well reported by mainstream media outlets at the time. The BBC, the New York Times, Daily Telegraph, CNN all reported on Right Sector, C-14, and other extremists' role in the overthrow of Yanukovych. Thus, today's Ukrainian nationalism draws a direct link to the history of extremist nationalists beginning with the post-World War I period. Almost every discussion about the historical roots of today's Russian-Ukrainian conflict begins with the partition of Poland in 1939 and the subsequent demarcation which took place at the end of the Second World War, solidified by the advent of the Cold War. However, anyone searching for a solution to the Russian-Ukrainian conflict, which is grounded in post-Cold War policies, will run afoul of the realities of histories which predate the Cold War and which continue to manifest in the present day by reincarnating still unresolved issues. These issues all have a precedent which dates to the tumultuous time between 1918 and 1921. The reality is the collapse of Tsarist and Austro-Hungarian empires had a far greater influence on the history of modern-day Ukraine than did the collapse of the Soviet Union. History, it seems, will never end. It is folly to think so, with those embracing such a notion simply prolonging and promoting the nightmares of the past, which will forever haunt those who live in the present. Anyway, that's a long thing. When I read it, what struck me is what are the boundaries of Ukraine? Who is to say who invaded who? As Amy Winehouse would say, who really stuck the knife in first? So do we really want to put our young men and women on the ground to fight such an ill-defined area that the borders keep shifting and the border was drawn by Lord Curzon in London? As far as I'm concerned, they can have their bickering. Leave us out of it. Do I believe the market will crash in 2024? No. No, I don't think it'll crash in 2024. I mean, anything can happen, but I actually think the market's going to go up next year. You have to understand, Jordan, that the market is basically the S&P 6, or they have a name for the 7 stocks, the special 7 or something like that. It's just 6 or 7 stocks that everybody buys. And maybe you can add Costco to that now. And the Fed buys it. I believe the wars around the world are going to provide liquidity to the banksters in trillions of dollars. And so I think the markets are actually going to go up in 24. Jordan, I think Joe Biden will be pulled across the finish line in the Democratic primary. As soon as he does get there, the special delegates in the Democratic Party will install Hillary Clinton, in my prediction. And then one of the most fair, transparent, honest elections in the history of mankind will ensue in November, and Hillary Clinton will be your president. And to get that done, I think they need the markets to stay up. Now, the thing you really want to watch out for, and I saw it here earlier on a post, is the bond market. Somebody posted here that Powell is going to keep interest rates down. You guys, when I first came into the markets, the Federal Reserve could control the intraday bank loan rates, and it could have some impact on short-term rates. But it had lost all control, and that's my opinion, of the bond market. And so Jimmy Carter appointed Paul Volcker, and Volcker just pushed interest rates to, I think, to 22%, 21 or 22%. And he got inflation and runaway borrowing under control. And then we had this 40 years that everyone credits Ronald Reagan with. I personally think it was Jimmy Carter. But it doesn't matter. It was Paul Volcker who put constraints on. But anyway, Jordan, what I would look out for, the United Arab Emirates has changed pricing of oil into low currencies away from the US dollar. Putin and other countries are negotiating with MBS. I think, and everything's accelerating. I think you really have to watch the bond market. As long as the bond market remains steady, the market will be okay. But if the bond market suddenly goes out of whack and people don't want to own US bonds, therefore interest rates go up, the stock market will crash. But I don't see that happening until after Joe Biden gets his well-deserved renomination at the head of the massively successful Democratic Party. And then they put the person who the Russians, the whole reason we're at war with Russia, because the Russians stole the election from her. When they put her back in, maybe she can have a Nixon moment with Russia and we can tamp all this down. Wouldn't it have been nice if you were Ham were talking sell the rips and buy the dips back in July with Finger? What happened, my man? Well, Alfred, that is in fact what we were saying. Ham says it all the time. What I was saying during Finger's run up was take some money off the table, be willing to, as it goes up, trade on the margin. But it's really hard to do, Alfred. It's really hard to do. Very hard to do. Because just as it starts to look like it's going to run, you don't, why sell? You want to buy more. And then the criminals come in. So Alfred, where were you, my man? I think you're late to the game and you're here just to fudster. But thanks for the question. Wow, Nunez. Yeah, I'm not going to read that out loud. As you know, Trump led a violent insurrection on January 6th, and people from all over the country attacked Nancy Pelosi and AOC, who wasn't even there. And, that you can't say they didn't. And so I'm not going to say they didn't. But I like that's great news. I'm just not going to read it out loud. Well, I think that's, David, it's not in that article, but Bill Clinton, one of the most reliable men in the world, promised Yeltsin and the Soviets that he wouldn't move NATO to the east. And then George H.W., I guess he had said it. But then George W. came in and it didn't matter anymore. You got the neocons, the new American century. And actually, David, I think Putin offered an agreement which we told the Ukraine not to take. And all he wanted is that the Ukraine would be a neutral area. It wouldn't be part of NATO. And therefore, NATO wouldn't put short-term weaponry aimed at the Soviet Union. I mean, it's, when you look at it, it's quite reasonable, I think. But anyway, I really question the reason I read that. How complicated are those borders? How complicated is the past? Why get involved? Just don't put troops on the ground. And unfortunately, I think Ukraine is not going to really exist the way it did before. AMC, I wasn't in, but there were a couple of stocks that killed me. Thank you very much. I think you are legit. I was just explaining it. Your question was something, I forget what your question was, but I was just trying to preface that carefully to him. So maybe I mischose my words. I got destroyed in CRTD, which is now Vocal. I've never seen a CEO aggressively go against the price of his own shares. But I think Jeremy's an honest guy. I think he's smart. He took financing from Jeff Easton and from from Kurt Kramer, both, and he doesn't believe that they do any of this. I mean, it's there. It is. The evidence is there. What they do. Anyway, I lost a lot in Vocal. I don't think your brains are beat in MMTLP. I mean, I've gone through it so many times, but I think, I mean, Michael, if you haven't moved your shares into Nextbridge, that's on you. And at some point, the lawyers on that side may say, "Hey, you had plenty of time." On the other hand, I think there's 600, 700 million shares of fake MMTLP. Wall Street doesn't want anyone to know about that. To me, people that are observing other trades, other companies, and they say, "Oh, it's just algorithmic trading and the numbers don't add." Look at MMTLP. I'm sure it was all algorithmic, but it was all down and they never covered. I don't know what it is. I don't know what it is about the human psyche. The people in power in Japan can't admit that Fukushima Daiichi was a disaster on a scale that probably makes Tokyo unlivable. They can't admit it, so they go on. Here we have some blind spots too. But how do people look at what happened and they can't see that the criminal, it's our system. And I think they have their people over in Germany and the UK. They just sell millions and hundreds of millions and billions of shares that do not exist. They never cover. That's what they did with MMTLP. I think that's what they did with Vocal. I think Jeff Easton, who is friends with Jeremy Frommer, befriended him and stuck us in the back. So I lost a lot of money in CRTD. I reestablished a position in Vocal at around 4 or 5 cents, but I think it's a write-off. In MMTLP, I don't know what you lost, Michael. I don't really know, because what Wall Street owed you was 1 share of Nextbridge, private company, for every 1 share of MMTLP. Now, you lost 2 days of trading. That's for sure. We lost that. But there's no way to recreate that. There just isn't a way to recreate it. So that was fraud and I think that was Jessica Hopper, who was promoted well perhaps beyond her skill levels. She has no record in her CV of trading, managing a desk, any of that. She did, as I recall, work at Legg Mason in compliance, and Legg Mason is one of the finest firms on Wall Street. And most honest. So she did have that going for her. But she decided decided to stop trading. Well, you don't get those 2 days of trading, but guess what, Michael? We all think there would have been a squeeze. We don't know for sure. We don't know for sure. They could have flooded the market with 2 trillion shares. We don't know. I think there would have been a squeeze, and I think you would have made a huge profit. I would have made a huge profit. I mean, huge. Buy yourself a new house kind of profit, or buy yourself a 2 or 3 vacation homes kind of profit. But we're not going to get that back. On the other hand, MMTLP is worth whatever the shares of NextBridge are worth. And right now, oil prices are going up. The activity in the oil market, the M&A activity is hotting up. And you're not killed in MMTLP. You got to wait. That's a problem. You got to wait. AMC, I came on here, I don't know, 2 years ago. I've never been a fan of AMC or GME. The run-ups were fun, but you had clearly, Michael, you had Ken Griffin and Steve Cohen and others rescuing short funds who they may have financed those short funds. They may have a deal. I will tell you what, just to begin with, we'll give you $10 million. You go kill some companies. We'll take 60% of the profits. You get 40. And as it grew, that agreement stayed in place. You don't know. But anyway, they rescued those. And it became so clear to me, particularly after Popcorn started doing deals with the shorts, that, for lack of a better term, Wall Street had those two squeezes under control. There's a guy I sometimes follow on YouTube, George, God, my brain power. Anyway, he's really good, and he thinks these still have enormous potential to squeeze. But I haven't been a big. I don't think AMC and GME are going to squeeze. Vocal, Michael, the whales in GTII, Wolf, Finger were in CRTD. In fact, as I understand it, the way the introductions worked, Jeremy met Ham. Ham introduced to the whales, or while Ham was meeting the whales, Jeremy came over. He knew Ham. Anyway, so the whales funded CRTD. I think it went to Jeremy's head. It's normal. I'm not picking on him, but he started believing his own spit. Hey, my stock's trading at $1.50. It once was 18. It should be 5.10. I'm not going to do a deal with GTII at $3.33. Well, in fairness to him, GTII was doing an all stock deal. I don't know what the ratio would have been because I can't remember where GTII was trading. I think it was $4, $5, $6 at the time, or maybe it was a little bit lower. Maybe it was $2 or $3. But anyway, the whales would have been there to fund GTII, and Jeremy would have been the CEO. But he went on a campaign to cause doubt to everyone about GTII. He said, what's there? Do your own due diligence. It's my understanding he told Upstream, stay away from GTII, work with us, and CEO block. And then he started telling people he wanted to get the hot money out of his own company. He told people to sell his stock. And he tried to renegotiate the deal with GTII, and he asked for $5 or $6. And they said no. So I don't know. It's one of the most perplexing corporate decisions I have ever seen. So there must be something I don't understand that went on behind the scenes. And he knows about and I don't. But I do think Jeremy has built a good company at Vocal. I do think he's honest. I do think he's hardworking. And I do think he has something. The problem is he does not see. He can't see, and he's not alone, but he can't see that Jeff Easton is a thief. He's a criminal, and that Kramer is a criminal. This is all in my opinion and my judgment, of course, everything on the video. But how many companies does Jeff Easton have to quote unquote finance that get absolutely destroyed before Jeremy Fry, including Jeremy's own company, before Jeremy says, hey, wait a minute, there's circumstantial evidence here, which is evidence that every time Jeff Easton raises money and syndicates it to his clients, they start destroying the price of that company. Without exception. Anyway. Yeah, I'm sorry you lost on Vocal. I see no recovery in Vocal. I wonder if I get an opportunity at the end of December, our days are dwindling down, if I would buy some Vocal to double up my position. But Michael, the stock is seller boxed. I don't think there's any recovery possible. The problem is, to raise money, he has to destroy the per share value of any good news. And he's doing deals, revenue deals, which are clever. But then that means the revenue doesn't go down to the shareholder. It goes to the people he did the deal with. It is dilutive. So what the criminals do, what Jeff Easton does, and the Kramers, and they'll say, oh, it's not me. I'm not. Well, it's their LLCs. It's their clients. What Jeff Easton does is make the CEO a prostitute. He's the pimp. And then he hooks the prostitute on heroin and smack and other, whatever other drugs are out there. And then when she comes back, he's driving she's beaten up and wearing shattered clothes and busted lip. She comes back, he's got the big limousine and the nice bed upstairs, and he gets her ready again to go out again, and she sees him as the savior. That's what Jeremy is gonna, well, that's the plan anyway. Jeremy will turn to this guy and there'll be a financing. Do a reverse split. We'll give you another financing, and hey, everything will be copacetic. Well, no. Jeff Easton is a liar, and he's a thief. And so is Hailey Kim, Sam Chung, Philip Vallier, and Jack or John Hancock. And the lawyers that work for him, if it's simply just because they don't speak up, they're aiding and abetting. But Lynn Partners is a front for criminal short sellers. And then you have people who are apologists for this behavior. Oh, no. There's systems in place. It's just high frequency trading. They're just selling stock and then they're buying it back in the same day and they're just making pennies. It's okay. Well, come on. They're destroying company after company. And Michael, I really wonder if we should even trade in the stock market anymore. I believe Ham has focused on Finger and GTII, and I believe what he sees. There's others that say he doesn't. These other stocks, the problem is, and Finger did it too when they didn't listen to him, but The problem is the board and the CEOs and their lawyers take these deals from the smiling face of Jeff Easton. Jeff smiles and stabs in the back at the same time. He's despicable, but people like him, take his money. Kurt Kramer has had to sign cease and desist orders with the SEC over and over again, and now he's starting a prime brokerage firm. When are we going to elect leaders that stop this? It's not Joe Biden. It wasn't Trump. Maybe it will be this time. Maybe it's Robert F. Kennedy Jr. Anyway. Let's see if anybody said anything. Well, I haven't studied their financials, P Money, but the problem is his stock price is seller. It's almost seller boxed, and it's essentially seller boxed. I don't know where it closed. Let me look. I feel like an idiot that I bought more. I bought back in, but he didn't listen. He did not listen. He's not the only one. You can't blame him for that. MMAT's board didn't listen. MULN didn't listen. But they're all fighting back. Cosmo didn't listen, but then I think Cosmo was in cahoots with the shorts, possibly. CLNV didn't listen. CNUE or whatever that one is didn't listen. Vocal closed at 0.0055. If it gets to 0.001, it's officially seller boxed. But what's the difference between 0.0037 on the bid? It'll go no bid. It'll go no bid. I didn't sell that for a tax loss, and I wonder why I didn't. I mean, I sold it before at a huge loss, but I mean, my recent purchase, I don't know why I didn't, because it may get to a point there's no bid and you can't sell it. I don't know about crypto. There's a lot of crypto that busted people, but I think the best thing for everyone here to buy is silver. It's silver. I mean, crypto took the role of gold and silver over the last 10 years or so, no question. But crypto has, to me, there's some weaknesses in crypto. But yeah, crypto is blockchain, and our securities markets are not. And so you're right. You're right. But it's a wild west too. And I'm not telling you not to go to crypto. I'm not telling you not to. But don't, right now, all of these stocks are down, and the shorts know it. The criminal shorts know it because of tax loss selling. I think January, the good companies will rally. Fingers showing tremendous, to me, great strength over the last 2 weeks. And it might be in the beginning of something going up. It's up 10%. CAUD, I really think, it's my opinion, but I think it's possible that somebody at Aubrey SPAC set the company up for this disaster. But it's certainly true that the hedge funds they turn to are just criminal funds too. One's $8 billion. So what? Everything, just to repeat, is in my judgment. But the good thing about CAUD The CEO is buying shares. Well, the former CEO. They have a great board. Elizabeth Damaris, I'm forgetting. There's another woman who has great expertise in this space. And then they have the new CEO. Brent will be on the board. They do have the Aubrey SPAC guy on the board. Personally, I think they should get rid of him. He may be a great guy, but you know, Reagan's saying trust but verify. I would say trust, but you know what? Until you prove that we can trust you again, somebody screwed us. And it started with ASBA. They recommended the financial firm, and they recommended the 2 or 3 hedge funds. Somebody screwed it. So just get rid of them. Hey, you can get your information with the rest of the shareholders. Just stay away from us. But they have another guy on the board who's a Price Waterhouse Cooper guy. He makes me a little nervous. And I mentioned before that, and I'm not going to say it again because everyone reacted, but there's at least 3 out of the 5 board members, 6 board members, who I would consider to be very cautious, potentially. I don't know them personally, potentially cautious. They're going to listen to the smiling faces. They're going to listen to the lawyers, and they're going to say, well, we should take this financing. That worries me. I think the Aubrey SPAC guy is a quisling. I think he's there as a mole. He's a spy. But I don't know. I could be wrong. But why take the risk? Get him off the board. But anyway, the good news about CAUD is they have really loyal investors. It is a great story. The data logic, here, let me bring that out. Let me bring that picture. Every picture tells a story, don't it? Every picture tells a story, don't it? Every picture tells a story, don't it? Shanghai Lil never used a pill. Anyway, here's the structure. Here, well, no, I have it here. I have it here. Brand. Of course, everything's frozen on my. I can show it to you here. Okay, this is the post. Let me, oh shoot, let me get rid of, I got to go back to comments. Get rid of truth or, okay, so this shows the post-merger relationship. And look all those agreements they had to enter into. I don't trust the people at Aubrey SPAC at all, but I don't know them. But this seems like a big setup. Do you see that green box here? That's Chardon. That's the financial advisors. I don't trust them. And then you had Polar as the one of the hedge funds. I don't trust them. But anyway, look over here in the purple. Data Logic. The Data Logic. Look at Rebel AI, Fixel AI, Fixel Israel, Battle Bridge Acquisition, Push Interactive, and Tambolink. These are the core revenue generators of the online service that Aubrey SPAC bought from Data Logic. I mean, from Logic. And even though the market, you know, I showed you this the other day, but this group is a well-respected valuation firm. They did it. They took a long look, and they came up with an opinion that the price of $114 million is fair from a financial point of view? Well, up here, their comps are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 20. Well, it looks like those are double. I'm double counting. Anyway, it looks like you have a dozen to 24 companies they made the comparable analysis with. And if you look here, the determination was that the enterprise value of DataLogic was between 122 million and 144 million based on a low range of metric. But this was calculated over a year ago. And this is for 2023's revenues. So they agreed a price of 114 million, not 122 million, not 144 million. Somewhere, I don't think I saved it here, but somewhere the spread of valuations went as high as $1 billion. But let's see what this was. Oh, this is the borrow fee on CAUD, 309%. But anyway, the good news at CAUD, insiders are buying, and this I just showed you, but I'm going to show you it on mine. All these companies were projected to generate revenue for this year of 70 million as they exited this year on an annualized basis. My opinion is that'll be delayed because of all the problems with closing. But they should be able to get that number going in 2024 and maybe 100 million. That implies a 10 or 11 or $12 value to the stock. And that's before they roll in additional companies. So and then the third thing is these loyal investors, I believe, are going to give CAUD enough money to get this revenue stream going. And then the company will never need to go to the markets again. Their question will be, unless they have an opportunity to make an acquisition, but they won't be the prostitute dragging home to the pimp a needle in her arm, a skirt torn and black and blue with no place to go except back to Jeff Easton. They won't be that way. So CAUD, I think in January, definitely could have a good run. It could run at any time now. So I bought it wasn't a lot of money, but I added a little bit to Logic today. I'm not talking Rockefeller here, but I added to Logic, I added to CAUD, and I added to HNRC. And I'm watching GOLQ, but I'm really, I don't want you to think that they were huge numbers, but it feels good to act. It feels good to get ready. What I think is going to happen and my list is here. I don't know about Vocal. It's really scaring me now that it's getting seller boxed. You know what that means? Look at RN, whatever that medical company was. Look at DBMM. Look at HPIL, who Mark Bazile won a case against the Kramers and they settled, and you can't even sell it. The stock's zero. Lawyers got paid. I guess the CEO got his job for a little longer, and the Kramers signed something that said, "Oh, well, here's our warrants, and we'll give you $100,000, and we'll never do it again." I think the other one is VNUE, same thing. Mark Bazile settled. I'm not picking. According to him, I questioned him on that, but he didn't have the decision. It was the decision of the CEOs to settle. Yeah, I'm worried about Vocal, but Finger looks really good right now. It's up 10% over the last 2 weeks, or less than 2 weeks. So Finger looks good. GTII, CAUD, LGIQ, HNRC, CNLV, GOLQ, VOC, Vocal, all seem to be under tax loss selling pressure. All of them. Wolf, I didn't look, I haven't followed, but Wolf actually has gone up a little bit, but I think it's suppressed because of tax loss selling. So which one do you add to in December? And that's what I'm trying to figure out. I added to, it's really small, but I did it. CAUD, HNRC, and Logic this morning. And I will probably add to those. I'm intrigued by Finger and GTII. It's getting cheap, but Finger I don't think is going to go lower. It's showing strength, but I wonder about all of these. Will they go lower as a buying opportunity, not as a negativity? You've got tax loss selling going on. So do they go lower over these next days? And that's what I'm looking for. The way I'm doing it is it's called dollar cost averaging. If I just buy a little bit, I'll probably always overpay, but eventually my price, if the stocks keep going down, I'll get a little bit lower average price. All right, so it looks like the comments stopped, so people are probably bored with me. Yeah, I think everybody, when Finger goes, I think GTII is going to run. That's the big thing. Silver, gold, ammo. Yeah, I think the CBDC is a disaster, absolute disaster. And if the banks get control over the coins, the crypto, ugh. But I like crypto. Don't get me wrong, I like crypto, but it's still settling out. They did that settling out thousands of years ago. They found out that corn didn't last very long. Cows weren't a very good unit of exchange. They found out that seashells broke. So they settled in on silver and gold. But, ammo, I don't own a gun and I don't own ammo, but I don't think it'd make me safe in the city. But I can understand it, depending on where you live. People are going to, if things, I think society can break down in a matter of days if I can't think of it. I really wonder if I'm losing my mind. But the guy who wrote Twilight in the Desert, Matthew Simmons, he, believe it or not, if everyone panicked about getting gasoline, and because we drive around with quarter tanks and half tanks and a tenth of a tank of gasoline, if everyone in the United States panicked all at once and went to their gasoline stations and filled up their tanks, in a embargo or in higher oil prices, the system would be drained in less than 2 weeks, 10 days to 2 weeks. The gasoline system in the United States is basically kind of a just-in-time delivery system. If that's drained, society breaks down. If diesel fuel is in short supply and truckers can't deliver food to grocery stores, and that's another area where it's just in time. Anyway, in those kind of situations, I don't blame you for having ammo. Gold and silver, the problem with both, of course, is people will steal it from you if you run your mouth. So if you buy it, don't tell anybody. If you have to spend it, they'll know you have it. And that's another problem. So you have to be clever with that. I think everybody should have cash at home. Paper notes, like $5 bills and $10 bills, maybe 20s, because nobody will have change. If you go to the farmer's market, or if everything's shut down and somebody's selling toilet paper, they're not going to have change. Paper will work, I think, in a barter market because we all know what it is, at least for a while, unless there's hyperinflation. The other thing is coins. You know, the paper notes are Federal Reserve notes. They're not backed by the government. They're just Federal Reserve, which is bankrupt. But the coins like quarters and dimes, nickels, 50-cent pieces, dollars, they are issued by the mint. They're issued by the United States government. So coins will have some value. And when you buy silver, I recommend that you buy, and don't open anything. Don't open anything. If you buy something, don't open it. Just leave it in its package, because if you ever want to sell it and get out of town, you'll want to send it back. And if it's unopened, they can scan it and give you the money that day or the next morning. But I think you need to buy some junk silver, because a silver dime or a silver quarter could buy a gallon of gas. You don't know, but it's divisible. You can give it, and you're not going to ever get change back if society breaks down. The other thing that I was attracted to, and I can't do it right now, but I intend to give as gifts. If you go to, let me make sure I give you, because there's a lot of similar websites out there. But Michael Mahoney, he used to have red hair. It's now gotten very gray. I think he is sincerely doing the Lord's work in gold and silver. Of course, he makes money, but let me just make sure I remember his website. Yeah, oh wow. He's interviewing Eric Sprott. Not Eric Sprott, sorry, not Eric Sprott. Eric's partner was Rick Rule. I've met Rick Rule. I pitched him a gold deal up in Toronto. But anyway, it's called goldsilver.com. What he has and what you can buy is you can buy gold bracelets, gold necklaces from him. And they're not beautiful. They're elegant. They're just simple. But if you have to leave your home, if you have to fly out of New York City and get the hell out, you put these on around your neck or around your arm, and you take 10 grand with you, 20 grand with you. And probably no one's going to notice. And you don't have to declare it. It's just jewelry. And then you land wherever you land, and you have something that has some value. I think that's an area that we all have to look at as well. Anyway, the other thing he does, and I'm not giving tax advice, but he really, or used to anyway, point out that if you buy gold coins or silver coins that are US mint, US dollars, they're currency. You don't have to declare gains, or at least you didn't used to, if you sold them at higher. And he doesn't 1099, he doesn't report it. So that's something about him. That's the way it used to be. And I bought a lot from him. I should have bought Bitcoin, but I bought a lot from him in the past. They're good. And there's some others that we'll talk about at some point. Hey, Nunya. I knew somebody named Nunya, and she was very nice. But I'm anyway, Nunya. Ammo to keep the silver, yeah. Well, the other thing is silver is heavy. Silver is bloody heavy. So gold has that advantage, but in the East, in India, in China, the Chinese government has what do you call those machines where you go buy cigarette machines? What do you call those? Vending machines. China has vending machines where you can go buy gold. China is encouraging their population to buy gold. We don't. We still are in the idea of Keynesian that it's a barbaric relic. Why would he say that? Because we're a central bank, we're a debt-based system. They call it specie, but we're paper dollars. All I have is ones, but we're just these paper. It has no value. It has no value. But we trust it. But the governor of California has proposed that all people who have entered the state be covered by Medicare. Joe Biden is bribing voters by giving complete amnesty on their student loans. Joe Biden's son says his father had nothing to do with Burisma and the Ukraine, except it's on the record that Joe Biden went and told the guy, give $1 billion. No, sorry, stop the investigation into Burisma, my son, by extension, or you're not getting your $1 billion. So anyway, I don't want to get in the back and forth. That's what divides us. What you got to recognize is the United States is spending money on a scale that it can't afford. It's not political, by the way. It's not political. As soon as Newt Gingrich, who I don't like, got Bill Clinton to join in, they got the spending below zero. Well, the bond market hated that. The banks hated it. And so GW came in and started spending. We're going to give the people their money back. We're going to give the money back to the people. It belongs to the people. And then trying to remember the gentleman's name. This guy bought the World Trade Center. He signed a contract. He put down $20 million, $50 million on the contract. He insured the World Trade Center for double its value. I don't think he ever settled on it, but anyway, then 9/11 happened, and George W. started spending money bombing Afghanistan, bombing the deserts of the Middle East, scaling the mountains of Afghanistan and attacking Iraq. And right now, Iraq's big oil discovery is going to the Russians and the Chinese. Just in a petulant fit of rage because Saddam Hussein said something bad about his father. Well, then Folks went in, and Folks continued. Folks is the only president to have been at war every day for 2 years of his term. He used so many bombs, we ran out of bombs. And look what he did with Libya, a destroyed country where women and men, but women are sold into slavery. Of course, their skin's darker than mine. But Hillary said, we came, we saw, he died. I look forward to when she's president. Everything will be good. I am woman, hear me roar. Anyway, so Folks spent a lot of money, Helicopter Ben. And then Trump came in, and you know, he said he was going to get that under control. I actually think Trump did some good things. He brought back industry, which is the only way. If you have jobs and industry, then you have something you can tax. That's how you start paying back your debt. I don't, other than dropping the mother of all bombs one time, which I don't know why he did that, I guess to show that his hands aren't all that small. He didn't start any wars anywhere. And he did spend on the military, big, beautiful military, beautiful. But debt went up under Trump. Debt went up under Trump. And we're getting in this period of a debt-based system where the debt just has to keep growing. We're at the amount they talk about anyway is at 33 trillion. That doesn't include Social Security and pension guarantees and all sorts of other things. Doesn't, I don't think, include the enormous costs of veterans benefits, which we should pay. But under this presidency, the scale of spending has gone through the roof, and it's not finished. It's not finished. The reason we're in war zones around the world is the banks need liquidity. That's my opinion. I hate to break it down that way. We like to think that the decision makers worry about human cost. They don't. They worry about lucre. They worry about, I have all ones here, but they worry about their moolah. So this presidency has another year to run. I believe they're not going to let Donald Trump win. And I think it's going to be Hillary Clinton. So we'll have another Democratic presidency. By the time the Biden-Clinton presidencies are finished, I think we'll be at 50, 60, 70 trillion in debt. Our interest payments will be 1.5, 2 trillion a year. So my point is, I'm not trying to, obviously I'm making some political points, but I'm not trying to focus on that. How long does the rest of the world take this money? I don't personally think much longer. This money is valuable, to put it in its baldest statement, I think for two reasons. One, the United States protects the Saudi royal family and the Emiratis and other parts of the Middle East. Well, I think that's breaking down. And I think what's going on, I'm not trying to comment, but what's going on between the IDF and Hamas and civilians and is Israel and Hezbollah is, and the United States is the lone, alone, the United States is the ally of Israel and the and the Blinken says we're also the only country doing anything for the Palestinians. But you've got 2.5 million people who can't live in Gaza and they're being chased out. Where are they going to go? And the casualties, that which includes injuries, are off the what I last heard is there's 25,000 civilian casualties in Gaza Strip. I don't know. I don't want to get in an argument. And of that, 6,000 are children dead. But anyway, you have to get Hamas, otherwise you're a Hamas lover. And Netanyahu's great. I think Netanyahu is one of the most evil men from age 24. You can look it up in moot court. I think he's a lying son of a bitch. But anyway, we're on his side. But without getting into, that's just one man, by the way. That's not anti-Israel. That's not anti-Jew. That's not anti-Semitic. I'm really anti-Netanyahu. I think his time on the world stage should be over with. But anyway, my point is that the world has changed. Turkey has a massive army and weaponry. Iraq is now aligned with China and Russia, not us. And it has huge oil reserves. Iraq is the last country in the world who can rival the Saudis for conventional oil. And I would argue Iraq has more oil left than the Saudis do. Saudi Arabia will always be wealthy in oil comparatively. But Saudi Arabia announced that they have 265, actually 300. Let's look it up. So my memory. OPEC stated reserves. World's proven oil reserves. Oh, that doesn't say it. List of countries by proven oil reserves. All right, so Venezuela, and it's very difficult oil. Venezuela is the largest, 304 billion barrels estimated by, well, anyway, that's it. Saudi Arabia, I don't want to use this one. I want what, country stated oil reserves. I don't know. I can't, it's always this way. I can't find it quickly. But what happened is OPEC got together years ago to decide what percentage share each country should have of the daily agreed limited oil production for sale. And when they did that, each OPEC country, I can't find it. Stated their oil reserves. And what I remember Saudi Arabia stated was either 265 billion or 360 billion. I'm not finding it. Oil reserves by country. I don't want estimated. I want what OPEC stated they have. Well, we'll just go with it. I'll just go with these estimates. Venezuela, 303 billion barrels. Saudi Arabia, 297 billion. Canada, 168 billion. Canada's oil isn't easy to get. Iran, 157 billion. Iraq, 145. Russia, 107 billion. Kuwait, 101. No wonder Saddam wanted that. The UAE, almost 100 billion barrels. United States, 70 million barrels. And Libya, 50 billion. Anyway, this is not the data I wanted to show you. But what I want to tell you is Saudi Arabia has been producing 10 to 12 million barrels a day, and sometimes down to 8, every single day for decades since they stated this amount of reserves. And there's a decline curve in there. How real are these reserves? Iraq, on the other hand, they were sanctioned, they were at war, they were isolated, they didn't sell. They were selling 2 million barrels a day. Now they're selling 4 million barrels a day. Anyway, that's all I just want to tell you is I think Iraq has a lot of reserves left. And I think the fighting going on in the Middle East is going to redound against the United States of America. I think the South, they call it the South in the world. Putin visited Saudi Arabia, China, and Russia, who have always been wary of each other, are friends now. The BRICS are accelerating. Oil's getting priced in local currencies. Our military might be ready for a war with World War II. And there's weapons around the Middle East and out of Russia and China that might be able to do our Navy some damage. My dad, before he died, and a very close friend of mine who was very high up says, don't worry about it. We've got weapons we've got guns you don't see. She said, you're from Texas, son. Where's your hat and where's your guns? I told her I had guns she couldn't see. We laughed at that and something. But she never spoke Spanish to me. Anyway, let me see some of these questions. Oh, Matthew Simmons, Simmons. Matthew Simmons was a investment banker. He's Republican. And Matthew Simmons did a study of worldwide oil reserves, and he wrote a book about it. I don't have it here. It's in boxes. But I read that book at least 5 times, 6 times, 7 times. I gave away copies of it. It's called Twilight in the Desert. Twilight in the Desert. And he takes you through how oil was discovered and all of that. But then he goes through reserves. He met with Saudi officials, Aramco officials. He goes through each country. And the biggest thing that the one thing I remember from it, and I'd like to read it again, is that the Garwar field in Saudi Arabia is the world's king of kings, the biggest bloody oil field ever discovered. And Trump's totally wrong when he says Alaska has more oil than Saudi Arabia. Well, actually, I'm catching myself because it's possible Alaska has more oil now than because Saudi Arabia has produced its oil. That's possible. But anyway, what I remember about the Garwar field, and I've said it to you guys before, is the Special K zone. It's the richest, most prolific zone producer of oil in the world. And it was producing 6-7 million barrels a day, maybe higher. Now it produces something like 4 or 5 million barrels a day. And I'm doing this by memory. If I'm wrong, it's the thought process. But the way they do it is by flooding the Special K zone with, I think, seawater. And what I remember is 20 million barrels of water are coursing through to get the 5 million barrels of oil produced out of that field. The problem is, and here's the point, and Matthew Simmons said this over a decade ago, and he's been wrong so far. He said, someday you're going to hear from the king that he's going to leave the rest of the oil in the ground for future generations. What it's going to mean, that Special K zone can water out. So they're doing it. They're very sophisticated. And there's always going to be a lot of oil in Saudi Arabia. They're always are going to be wealthy. But if that Special K zone craps out, that takes 5 million barrels of oil off the world market overnight. 4 million. So in a different book, not Twilight in the Desert. Let me think who it was. Anyway, I can't remember. I mean, anyway, another book, another scholar and a gentleman, he pointed out that if the world, the bankers, the bond desks, the hedge funds got a whiff that cheap oil, there'll always be oil, but inexpensive oil, inexpensive energy has suddenly disappeared. And we are, in fact, experiencing peak oil and a decline. The panic that'll go through the bond markets worldwide will destroy our financial system. Why? Because they won't be able to pay the interest on the debt. It's all predicated on the fractional reserve banking system. If I deposit $1, the bank lends $10, and they lend $10, and you see it in the credit cards. They lend $10 out to 10 people or institutions they think they have good credit. And they create this money out of thin air. That money gets deposited in further banks, and to some extent, each of those deposits create 10 more dollars. Of course, some of it's spent. But this is all predicated on the overall economy growing and each individual's income growing. And the whole economy is based on inexpensive oil. If suddenly, whether it's by nature or, which is what I'm worried about in the Middle East, as these countries, I'm not taking sides, although I have my side. As these countries get angry with Israel, if they do, and remember, a lot of Arab countries don't do much, don't take the side of the Palestinians. I'm not trying to create a political argument. What I'm saying is if Saudi Arabia, the UAE, Iraq, Qatar, and the rest of OPEC decide to say we're going to have an embargo until, well, then that will also scare the bond market. These are things you got to think about. And silver and gold are your biggest protection against it. I guess that's all I want. Once you inject H2O, the field is dying. Yeah, except, I mean, that's true. I mean, dying ain't much of a living, boy. But BG, I don't want to say I'm as smart on any of this, for example, as Pecos Bill or you are. But oil comes to the surface because there's gas, natural gas. It's like a Coke bottle. When you if you shake it and you take the top off the Coke bottle, the carbon dioxide in the Coke bottle will force the Coca-Cola or the if you think of champagne, out of the bottle in a big spray. But once the gas is gone, the rest of it just sits there. And so anyway, the field may be dying in the sense of primary recovery based on energy, they call it. You know, the other one is water. The water underneath oil rises to the surface and the oil's on top. But it's also the gas that causes this pressure. Also, gas comes out on its own some. But anyway, there are fields in Texas, which I'd like to raise money for, which built the buildings in New York and Chicago and won World War II and won World War I, which are sitting there. The oil, 70, 80% of the oil is still in the ground. Good oil, but they lost their energy. So there is a whole industry of secondary and tertiary recovery by flooding these fields with water, which is what I understand is being done in the special K zone. But then the other thing to do is use carbon dioxide to flood the fields. And there is a way to get some of that oil out, another 10, 20, 30% out. So while, yeah, I agree with you, but the ingenuity of oil men and women is amazing. And even a dying field can have a living, boy. There you go. That's it, BG. Once it costs more to get rid of the water, you're done. The other thing and I know you were in the business, you know it better than I do. But the other thing is, if you see any rig or you see any of the trucks that come in to do horizontal drilling, it's amazing. They have these massive trucks, rigs and drills, and you look at it and there's 100 vehicles there. And then they bring in the next rig and the water and the trucking out and it's like, wow. My point being, you're using a lot of oil to drill to get new oil. So anyway, it's energy in, energy out. And that's something, to my memory, I learned from Art Berman. I might have learned it from the Yale professor. I'm forgetting his Kenneth Dayfries. It might have been his books. But anyway, the point is, if you spend a barrel of oil to get 4 barrels of oil, well, that might make some economic sense depending on how long those 4 and depending on water disposal. But if you spend a barrel of oil and you get a barrel, you're going to leave the rest of the oil in the ground. So you're exactly right, BG. You're exactly right. I'm going to answer that guy's question, but he's being a jerk. Is GTII dead? You have to make that decision on your own. I don't really want to go through all the positives and negatives on GTII because I've done it ad infinitum. I think you're just here to cause fudster, Alex. But no, it's not dead. It's not dead. But this is all a high risk business, and you're dealing with human beings and investors. And, look, Alex, called tax loss selling season. You've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 full days and 2 half days left of tax loss selling. Once you get through that, let's talk about all these stocks. Let's talk about all these stocks. Hey, Colby Cormier. I spent a lot of time in Louisiana. Honored to have you on. Thank you, BG. Somebody is a longtime listener, first time caller. Phone call from Altoona. Altoona, you're on. I have a question about logic. If I buy the shares now, no, they are. I bought, I'm embarrassed. I have a goal to buy. What's my goal? Actually, I broke my goal into several pieces, but simplistically, I want to buy more logic. I didn't buy much today because I bought a different stock primarily. But I'm going to try to add to logic a little bit, as much as I can each of these days. If you buy logic, let's see where it closed. I think it's 3 cents, but let's see. Well, no, 0.0272, 0.0272. And that's what I paid. I paid, I think, 0.0275 today when I bought. I didn't buy that much, but I bought too much previously. So my average price right now is 0.214, 21.5 cents a share. So, but I got the CAUD distribution. Anyway, Charlie. If you listen, I don't know if you did, but if you've been listening to me, I keep flip-flopping on some of these stocks as stocks to buy before the end of the year. In general, I've cautioned for about 6, 7, 8 weeks that tax loss selling is a real thing this year, and maybe in November. So I'm looking at all of these stocks as potentially being a good time to buy them when people are selling for tax reasons. That's an odd reason. It's a good reason, but it's a unique reason. It has nothing to do with fundamentals, doesn't have to do with anything else. It might be a good time to buy. Well, anyway, I've been really drawn to these stocks. Logic, I thought, had a real chance of having an announcement this year. As of what's today, Wednesday, Monday, you keep checking the pulse of it. I don't think so. I think it's going to be January, February, but it's still a good buy. I mean, you just have to wait till January, February, first quarter, January, February, March. But I really thought there could be an announcement there this year. It doesn't look like it. Now on CAUD, I had expected, based on press releases, that things would be announced as soon as it had gone through the de-SPAC. I'm now of the opinion that somebody either at Aubrey SPAC or at the financial company, or they were just both clueless idiots, and it was the hedge funds. Somebody screwed the pooch in ASPA, called into NASDAQ and said, you better stop trading, and then crushed the stock of CAUD. But CAUD really intrigues me even though it's been hit with haymaker after haymaker, I think the criminals want to get it under $1. And you know why. The reverse split scenario, the delisting off of NASDAQ, which wouldn't happen for 6 months anyway. And they just want to piss you all off so you get out of the stock. That's what they're trying to do. But there was a quiet period, and that quiet period ended. So Peter Boards has been announced as the CEO, and he's great. Elizabeth DeMars is on the board now, and there's a couple of others. I'll get the other woman's name. She looks highly talented in this space. I'm not as excited about the Aubrey SPAC guy. Brent's on the board. I don't know why PwC is there, just to be conservative. Conservative, if you're listening to the lawyers and the liars, it's going to kill the company. But anyway, CAUD could have news, a series of news announcements starting now and into the first quarter. And it's only got 1 million shares in the real float, just over that. My opinion is criminals sold 20 to 30 million shares that don't exist. That's my opinion. But others think it's algorithmic trading. It doesn't matter. Either way, if this stock starts going up, which I think it will, there's going to be a scramble to cover. So I'm intrigued by CAUD, but the shorts are in control over the last. When they announced the news on Monday, the shorts have been in control the last 2 or 3 days. But I bought CAUD Monday or Friday. I bought more this morning. You know, Rhode Island could kick the amount of stock I bought. Rhode Island could kick its ass, but I did buy some. Anyway, going back to you, Charlie, Logic. Logic is being sold down, tax loss reasons, and also the criminals just sell because it's a shell, and they figure there's nothing there, and there isn't. There isn't. By definition, a shell has nothing in it. It's just it's a fully reporting, in good standing with the SEC, etc., trading company who has a lot of shareholders and nothing else. Doesn't have anything else. Well, the news, as you know, Charlie, from last year, from this summer, from just this month, there's plenty of companies that want to buy that shell. And the good news is the company last year, Brent let that expire. Then the company just now that was better, the lawyers with that took a long time to get their final work done. My understanding, I can't prove it, the whispers I hear is that company, whoever it was, actually finally signed the whole agreement and sent it in for signature from Logic. And I can't prove any of that. It's just talking to different people. But it's clear from when Brent spoke the last week and this Sunday, and it's also clear by how much time has gone by, that Logic didn't sign that deal. Why? Because, and Brent said it on last Sunday's call. He said, you can't believe it, but we've had several companies in the 650 million to 750 million asset range, valuation range, come to us to buy Logic. My point is, a bigger company is going to come by, a third bigger company now, then the second one, then the first one, is going to be selected to buy the show. I don't think there's a risk, Charlie, now. I don't think a big risk that that'll be announced this year. Why? I believe that Brent, who I think's in charge of the decision, I don't think Brent wants to announce a non-binding letter of intent. The criminals will just go they'll just go to town on it. Although it doesn't matter. Logic doesn't need any money. They're not going to sell any more shares. Doesn't matter. But the criminals will go to town. And investors will say, oh, non-binding. Look what happened to GTII. Look what happened to CRTD. Look what happened to, I don't know. You can fill in the companies. So I think Brent wants to wait until it's a binding, definitive agreement. And what's the difference between non-binding and definitive? Due diligence and audits. So how long does that take? I would say, anyway, I think it's to be January, February, March. But Charlie, the opportunity is to buy while everyone else is selling. So that's my answer on Logic. Yes, if you buy Logic, you qualify. Absolutely. You would, the new buyer, let's say Coca-Cola comes in to buy Logic. I'm not Coca-Cola. Let's say I can't think of a private company. Let's say Nextbridge. You know that's a private company. Let's say Nextbridge came in to buy Logic because they want it. They want the shell. Your shares would be purchased along with everyone else's. What would in effect happen, Charlie, is whatever the agreement is, and I'm making this up, but Nextbridge would buy Logic's shell. They would change the name to Nextbridge, and then Nextbridge would be trading on the New York Stock Exchange or NASDAQ. The goal is to get it on the NYSE. And you and me, we would have shares of Nextbridge. I'm just using that because it's a private company. That would be trading then on the New York Stock Exchange. How many shares would we have? I would have my pro rata ownership of probably anywhere between 10 and 15% of that newly traded New York Stock Exchange Nextbridge. And so, yes, you would get that. You would get that ownership. And that's what makes it. My view, Charlie, is this should be a trade, not a long-term hold. But it's possible that if the company that comes in, is really impressive, and their story might impress you, and you might say, I'm not going to sell until it's an equivalent of $5 a share. But I'm viewing it as a trade. There was somebody who, here, I love that dog, Eric. Oh, doesn't have a blue eye. Oh, I mean, I know that dog wouldn't let me do it, but I would want to go down and hug him. He wouldn't let me, but I would pet his ears. Oh, he looks a little worried. What a beautiful dog. What a beautiful dog. Well, thank you for saying that to me, Eric. I know I'm not the most popular guy in the world, but I noticed that my subscription base never goes up. It never goes up. So I assume that, what's the word? Cock blocked? No. I assume there's a word, suppressed. Anyway, I made the mistake once of talking about the science on an issue. I made a couple of mistakes talking about other things that are censored by highly educated human beings who tend to be quite liberal, whether they're male or female, they tend to be easily offended. And I just said some things, so that might be why I'm suppressed. I try not to say those things anymore, because you got to follow the rules, and I'll follow the rules. The other thing might be just talking about shorting. This is a threat to the criminals, and the criminals, make no mistake about it, Goldman Sachs owns this country. The military industrial complex does too, and the banks own it. Maybe the pharmaceuticals, maybe the agricultural companies, but ultimately it's the banksters. I've read that Israel is a strong lobby. I don't really buy that. I don't really buy that argument. But there are lobbyists in this country that really have bought and sold Congress and the Senate. My choice is the banksters, number one. But Eric, I'll look into it. I love your dog, Cruella de Vil. I would call that dog Whiskey. I would call that dog Whiskey. Or I would call him Fred. He's a good-looking dog. He's got a little bit of mascara around his eyes. He would be irresistible. Irresistible dog. I don't know, Colby, TD. I'm hearing that a lot of people are getting their share restriction lifted. I think you need to sign something, and I think it makes a lot of sense. I have another share certificate here. I just can't find it. But when you get restricted shares, they put it here, boom, under the 144 Securities Act of whatever, 33 or 34. Anyway, it's restricted. To get the restriction lifted, typically you've got to send it into the transfer agent. There's, you got to pay for the sending, and there's sometimes a cost. And if you do it through your brokerage, they have to pay for the sending. They may charge it to you, but they need your signature. And then they need an opinion letter saying that this stock qualifies for being free to trade, that the restriction can be lifted. Well, GTII provided that to all of the broker dealers and transfer agents as it applies. So yeah, I think a lot of people are getting their shares free to trade. For me, Colby, I want it to gum up the system. I want it to cause a short squeeze. But yeah, I think you should. You need to sign something, though. You need to sign something. Wow, David, it does scare me. It does scare me. And the other thing that causes me concern is, do I get the first lens that I either choose nearsighted or farsighted? Do I get the second lens, which has, I forget the name for it, a stigmatic adjustment, Or do I get the third lens, which has the progressive? So when you look up, you see the distance. When you look down, you can read. I've pretty much convinced myself I'm not going to go for the third lens because I mean, mainly because sometimes when you look down, like if I'm walking my dog and I look down, I want to see down to the sidewalk. Or sometimes you look up, like right now, I'm looking up at a computer that's, not very far away from me. So I'm not sure how that progressive lens works. But I am interested because I do have astigmatism. I am somewhat interested in that stigmatism. Then I have to decide, do I want to be able to see in the distance or do I not want to be able to see so I can read? Right now, I mean, with a little blur, I can see, uh, if there were a sign down there, I can see it. I can read this with no glasses. So I don't know. I have to make that choice by 8 a.m. tomorrow. 8 a.m. I think, well, we'll see how I wake up. But thank you for telling me that. Uh, I don't know. I still haven't made up my mind. Do I want to be able to see in the distance or see up close? I like seeing in the distance. And if any of these ever work, I want to take a bunch of you. I want to go around the world and go to all the Grand Slams in tennis. But yeah, reading without glasses is, I think it's a gift to be able to read without glasses. So it's tricky. Anyway, I'll decide. Do one. That's what my sister said. My sister has a contact. Anyway, one eye's for distance, one eye for reading. Well, Colby, right around when I turned 43, I was driving in Lexington, Kentucky, or I was on the outside, actually Louisville, on my way to Lexington. And late at night, I had just landed, and there's a place where you have to turn or you end up going around again. So I pulled out my map. And back then, I would wear contact lenses for distance, which was great, and it adjusted my sight, but I could still read. It didn't do anything. Well, right around age 42, I remember, um, I was driving. I looked down at the map. I couldn't read the map. Just like that, overnight. Boom. Whenever I wore contact lenses, for the distance, I had to wear reading glasses, and it happens I swear to God, it happens in one day, one night. All of a sudden, you need reading glasses. But I don't use any anymore. So, all right, you emailed them today. I'm gonna go walk my dog here soon. I'm gonna see if I left any questions. January. Hope nothing happens in any of these to make. Well, what I'm nervous about, I did sell some. I mean, I didn't get a good price. I got like right around these prices, but I did sell some of my finger. I mean, I was mostly in options where I lost money, and some of my GTII to buy the LGIQ. And my whole idea was to trade the CAUD, and after 31 days, I would buy back the whole position. So I have to admit to you, I'm nervous that GTII runs before I get a chance to buy it back. But, you pay your money, you take your chances. Thank you, Charlie. That's a big burden. You never miss a show. What happens if I lose my mind and say something terrible like Kramer? That's something I always get afraid of, that you just say something terrible that you didn't mean. But I don't think like George Kramer. What was his name? I never really watched Seinfeld. Let me go up here and see if there were any questions I missed, and then we will sign off. Oh, there's Father Guido Sarducci. RW, if you're still here, I think they're talking about GDC, but I don't want you to make an investment based on what I think. But I wrote it down somewhere, GDC. Let's find out tomorrow. I know you're legit, Michael. Okay. Yeah, it's all the one that really killed me was CRTD. Yeah, Ukraine is about NATO. Water is what Hezbollah is about. The stupidity of the Ukraine war is there's something like 28 large nuclear plants in Ukraine, and the waste is right there, and they're bombing. It's just insanity. Yeah, I think it's GDC. Nunya, I think I already responded to this. I'm not going to read it out loud, but I don't even know what to say that might. So thank you for that. I can say that. Oh, I saw that. Thanks for that pleasantry. PCSA. Every time there's good news, the criminals sell. And I don't understand when CEOs, lawyers, regulators, journalists are going to recognize it. The problem is when I say it out, you guys are scientists, I'm not. But a theory is judged on its ability to predict. My understanding is, if I'm going to say it correctly, that's what Occam's razor is all about. It's predictable. It's predictive. If you choose the simplest one. So the patterns, the illegality, it always predicts it. I've never been wrong. I've never seen when a company takes one of these financings from the liar Jeff Easton, where the company doesn't get destroyed. Well, you can't prove it. It's just there's systems in place, and the numbers FINRA gives out don't include the numbers of stock delivered or the stock buybacks. Really? Why publish incomplete numbers? And if you're right, why don't sometimes the stocks go up? This is the fleecing of America. And it is America. It's the tax coffers. It's the fleecing of the military. It's the fleecing of hospitals. It's the fleecing of retirees. It's the fleecing of farmers. It's the fleecing of infrastructure. Also, Jeff Easton, the pompous ass, can have a Madison Avenue office and go on trips. And Sam Chung can file a copyright against me on Twitter because I used her beautiful picture. Let me tell you, Sam Chung, you're semi good looking. I wouldn't be all claiming that picture. It's not going to sell millions. It's not going to be posted in any freshman dorms. Farrah Fawcett doesn't have to worry that your picture is going to go down in history ahead of hers. Oh, I already answered that. No, I don't think the market's going to crash. I think the stock market's going up. But remember, Jordan, it's just 6 or 7 stocks. I like that P money. Dish. I don't know much about Dish. I like that picture of Leonardo DiCaprio. That's very clever. Is that a NFT? I heard that you claimed I work with the criminals, but I think you are projecting your guilt about the financial mess you caused with a lot of your followers. I'm not in cahoots with anyone. Well, okay, I'll take your word for it that you're not. But you know what criminals are? It's racketeering. If you aid in a bet, if you join in, if you benefit. So, but no, I'll take your word for it, Phil. Your comments have always been, uh, uh, full of insight and thoughtful and supportive. Um, the you say I'm projecting my guilt. That's interesting. I do feel very heavily, and it weighs on me, the crushing I mean, it's not all losses, but some like CRTD are, but just the crushing weight of this illegal fraud, and it's impossible. These stocks should, or not, maybe not these stocks, but the markets should trade differently than they do. So, where I think, Phil, you may be right, is trying to get the whole world to change, the whole United States markets to change. That's a big task. So, going one stock by one stock might be the better way. And I try to do that. But I don't think I've created the financial mess. I don't think I've created the financial mess. I think people like you, and you're going to say, I'm not one of them. Okay, you're not. But I take these kinds of posts that you've given that you are here to create FUD. And to me, that's just one step away from working with the people that the shorts pay to come on and create FUD. But if I misunderstood and you are an investor here and you're trying to help fight the criminals and the shorts, and you have constructive input, and maybe, Phil, you've recommended to some stocks that have gone up. Maybe you have. Have you? So I'm not projecting. I'm calling it out as I see it. I do have, it does weigh on me that people are down. They've lost money. But for example, with MMTLP, Bill, I'd have to go listen to and I would, they bore me, but I think the trading stopped on Friday. I might have told people, I talked about it. I might have told people I was going to buy late Wednesday. Can't remember if the market was open or not. I know that I bought my shares of MMTLP that Thursday, maybe late Wednesday, but I told people about it. That might have caused some people to buy. I don't know. But I think most of MMTLP's positions predated anything I said in the last 24 hours of trading in that stock. CRTD, Phil, I knew that Jeremy was going to bust that deal and then tell his shareholders get out. I mean, come on. I didn't know that. I have told everyone, Phil, and I'll tell you, and I think you're part of it, or I thought you were, but now you're saying you're not. So I have to assume you're a gentleman. So I have to take your word. I'll take your word. But this is an organized crime that goes through all of the large banks, all of the big hedge funds, and it goes through many fronts on Wall Street, prime brokers, broker dealers, regulators, and market makers and offshore accounts. That's where the financial mess is from. That's where the financial mess is from. I can't fight. I'm trying to fight it, but I can't change it. And Phil, let me be clear. Sell. Well, I can't give you financial advice, but don't buy. Do not buy any stock I talk about. And if you own any stock I talk about and you're staying in it because I'm talking about it, get out of it. I think, Phil, where you should go look at the S&P 6 or the special 7. They overlap. Go buy a mutual fund, Phil. Go buy a mutual fund. But thank you for joining. I love it to see your comments. Mergers cause problems. Well, look, the whole thing is financing. I bought my first condo when I was pretty young, and I regretted it. But I told my college roommate, a wealthy guy, great guy, and he was happy for me. But I told him I got a mortgage that paid 11 that I was charged 11.5% for 6 months or something like that, and then it went to 13.75 for 3 years, and then it floated on the market or something, or it went to 16%. I can't. He said, "Boy, that might be a good condo, but that's awful financing. You got to look at the financing." And he was right. I ended up selling it, break even, because of the financing. The monthly cost just was skyrocketing. And I'm sure the darn thing is worth a lot more than I paid for it or sold it for. That's the problem, is that CEOs turn to corrupt financiers, and the regulators are indifferent or complicit. And I don't know I don't know. I mean, just don't invest. Oh, PCSA is an Avid play. Well, I like Avid, and I think he does good work. Every play that I've heard about is under attack. Everybody's. So, I mean, Phil might be right. We just shouldn't play in this market. We should just go buy Amazon, Tesla, or Costco or Berkshire Hathaway and let the criminals crime. But you're all here because on other sites and other trades, people are excited about the opportunities in these markets. I believe, like Lou Bravo, like Brent Sun said on the interview, I believe there's going to be an opportunity in the over-the-counter markets. Why? Because I remember it. I was really young, but there was a time when the over-the-counter markets gave people outsized returns. All you need is integrity back. All you need is one investment bank, one set of analysts, one fair trading desk, and plain vanilla financing. And that $8 billion Polar fund that cheats, maybe it might have been one of the other two funds. I don't know. The Jeff Eastons of the world, they'll get passed by. But anyway, we're not there yet. Mike Hayden, I'm starting to see no recovery in GTII. How hard do we have to fight to beat the Kramers? I don't think the Kramers are involved in GTII anymore. I think the squeeze that was happening last year was the Kramers getting in trouble. I happen to believe that it's possible. They were down $1 billion. The Kramers know, for example, I don't know how close, but Frank Benedetto defended Kurt Kramer on Twitter. They know each other. I bet the Kramers could know Lou Bravo. The Kramers could know the CEO or the bankster that represented the CEO of COSM. The Kramers could be involved with the short front that provided financing out of the blue, killing the rally in COSM. I don't know. But all of a sudden, that squeeze stopped. Well, the other thing that happened, Mike, is that it looks like Alpine was the prime broker for the Kramers in that position. Alpine took over the trade. Alpine took over that trade, I think, almost certainly. But there could be overlap. The Kramer sweatshop that is run by Charlie Mayo, they might still play it. To my memory, the FBI agent told someone, and it's rumor, told someone that the seller in that Westpac situation might have been Kurt Kramer, or his power up lending office. I'm sure he's got his arm's length from the boiler room that Charlie Mayo runs, and Charlie Mayo would take the fall. So anyway, I don't think it's the Kramers you're fighting anymore. I think it's Alpine. And I guess, Mike, the problem is all of my instincts, all of a lot of people's instincts are based in a normal trading market. I think fraud changes everything, and that's the risk in all of these stocks. The risk to the overall market is it'll collapse because of this fraud. Now, the Chinese thing, whatever it is, chaos, crisis, opportunity. The opportunity in these is if one of them does squeeze. Anyway, it used to be, Mike, if you believed that you see no recovery and you sell, that's when it goes up. And because your human emotion, you ran out, and that's when it turns. It used to be called capitulation. If enough people just get tired, sell, the stock's low, there's capitulation and the selling's over with. But what happens here in these markets, in Gary Gensler's markets, in Valerie Dubois, what's her name that runs NASDAQ? Francine Adele Francois. I have to look up her names. Big toothy smile, proud of herself. She got her job because she's talented. Her NASDAQ tenure, Robert Cook's FINRA tenure. I don't remember the name of the people at the OTC markets, a bunch of smiling, overpaid, arrogant do-nothings. Under their supervision, for the last, I think since Reg Show, it's just accelerated. People like Kurt Kramer, Seth Kramer, Jeff Easton, Philip Vallier, Yorkville Advisors, this Shandon, they are fronts for counterfeiting of shares. West Christian, and there's an article I've talked to you about, but West Christian believes it's trillions of dollars of counterfeits, stealing. So the point is, it used to be you could have capitulation because there were buyers and sellers. Now the selling just never stops. And no one cares. No one cares. You get people like Phil Lamb coming on. He doesn't care. He doesn't care about it. He is here as an apologist. He thinks the system's great. Why fight it? They sell hundreds of billions of non-existent shares. Why do anything? Well, it's a free country, or it used to be before everyone got woke. But it's mostly still free. Mostly still free. So Phil's entitled to his opinion, and maybe it's just let Ken Griffin, Stevie Cohen, Goldman Sachs, trillions of dollars offshore, pay no taxes, destroy companies, destroy MULN. Maybe that's the best way, but I don't think it is, Mike. I think the best way is to fight back. There's two stocks that I trust. There's two stocks I trust that the analysis of the short position has been done. GTII and Finger. And I believe what Gary Gensler is doing in these markets is allowing the he's ignoring or allowing the sale day after day of counterfeit, non-existent shares. I believe it's cumulative. So when he ignores millions of shares sold in GTII and doesn't care, I believe it's cumulative. Well, there's a guy that always rings in my ear, American Stock Exchange. There's no way. Well, like Phil Lamb, apologists, they might be right. Maybe every share, the millions and millions and millions and millions of shares that Gary Gensler allows Kurt Kramer to sell before Alpine, and Kurt Kramer has settled with the SEC repeatedly. And where I differ from Phil Lamb, here's the SEC complaint against Hal Mitz. And it's all about selling stock that doesn't exist, breaking securities laws. But this doesn't even go as far as it should, in my judgment. So while Gary Gensler allows rampant counterfeiting of shares in U.S. markets, and goes on and on, and that they're the deepest, best capital formation markets in the world. You sit and I sit and say, GTII is over. How are we going to beat them? Well, Mike, I guess I have to always go through the same laundry list. The number one difference between GTII and Vocal is GTII doesn't have a burn rate. Doesn't have a burn rate. The second difference is GTII doesn't need to go to the capital markets, so they don't need to dilute their shares. The third difference is the CEO of GTII and his close advisors know that they will never take a note again from Kurt Kramer or Philip Vallier. But Jeremy Frommer is friends. Or last I heard, he still talks to Jeff Easton. GTII won't do it. Won't do it. GTII's been offered deals. They won't take them. COSM did. MULN did. CLNV did. I don't know. You can go down the list. So you got that going for it. I think that was number 3. Number 4, the whales who are in all of these stocks are still in GTII. Number 5, I believe, and I'm starting to get interested again, despite what some of these people say. I was really thinking something was happening and crescendoing in Finger, and then it felt like it was backing off. And I backed off a little bit. I lost some money in the last month too. But Finger's starting to look like, I mean, it's up 10% while everything else is down. So anyway, I think that's number 5. I think when Finger does whatever it's going to do, money's going to come from Finger to GTII. Are you bored yet? I mean, you've heard all these things. There are out there 2 or 3 or 4 deals that have been announced, discussed. They get amplified in the discussions I hear from everyone. 1, Trento Mines. Trento Mines encompasses a lithium mine, a mine in Mexico, I believe, and gold. There may be another mine near it. I don't know if that's the same deal or a separate deal. There's a water deal announced, and there's an AI deal announced. There may be other deals, but the people are working on trying to bring in size to GTII. GTII, I think I'm on 6 now, 7. GTII works constantly to create items to force the reckoning, to force Wall Street to settle the trades. They did it with Shiba Inu coins. They did it with Beyond Bitcoin. They did it with the distance, the high learning company. They did it with Upstream. They did it with the special dividend declared as the warrant as a special dividend, which I think was squeezing before COSM crew came in. But anyway, that's behind us now. And they just did the special dividend of extra shares to try to trap out the system and cause a squeeze. They hired Wes Christian, and Wes Christian's judgment, and lawyers always look for getting paid. But Wes Christian's judgment is it's spoofing, and he put out to 52 John Does. And I, spent so much time. He's also in there on these other stocks. They also hired Share and Tell, the crooks that are now turning good. I mean, the guy used to take the orders, but I think it's a legitimate good group now, good team. FBI is investigating somebody who stiffed Westpac for $4 million by counterfeiting shares of GTII. That's ongoing. Apparently, the Secret Service has been alerted, and they are investigating GTII. And I guess the final thing that I would put is that Alpine was accused in writing by the NCSS or the NSCC and the DTCC in court documents of basically being in default, and primarily because of a large naked short position in GTII. They were also accused by FINRA in court of violating FINRA cease and desist order 35,000 times in 1 year. FINRA expelled Alpine. Now, FINRA has a relationship to the SEC that is and isn't confusing. It is an arm of the SEC, but it's also private and it focuses on a certain area. But they deferred. There's internal steps that Alpine can say, hey, we want the SEC to review this. That's one. But then Alpine hired attorneys. Alpine took FINRA to court in Florida. My understanding by memory, and I'm not an attorney, they had 3 points. One is FINRA could not mandate that Alpine be a member of FINRA. 2, FINRA shouldn't be able to exist. Some complicated thing that Congress couldn't create it or something. Therefore, FINRA can't regulate Alpine. And the third thing was some other thing along those lines, some constitutional bullshit argument. Maybe it's blue sky, that it should be state regulated instead of federal. I forget. Well, anyway, they took it apace in Florida. They started to lose, so they asked for a move, or the judge moved it to DC. That bought Alpine more time. Then Alpine lost something. They appealed it. The one judge, that one judge, I forget her name, is being so careful. And of course, like all judges and lawyers, she can't believe the illegality happens. But anyway, it's in the appellate court. Now I think it's up to the Supreme Court. So, Mike, those are the things in the benefit for GTII. At some point, the legal avenues are going to end. Alpine's going down. If you ever get between me and a grandmother and you're stealing from her, I'm going to take you down. Alpine is going down. Well, then the buy-ins start. Those are the positive, Mike Hayden. The negatives are that the selling continues. A lot of the news that was announced with GTII, through no fault of their own, Upstream was blocked. I think Jeremy Fraudmer told Upstream not to deal with GTII. That's what I've heard. But also, Upstream was blocked by the regulators. The Shiba Inu was blocked by the regulators. The Beyond Blockchain was blocked by the regulators. The warrant as a dividend, I think that squeeze was busted by 3 guys. Can't prove it, but that's what happened. The 1-800 law firm went through a year. Did they really want to do it? Is it possible that the law firm wanted to help make it squeeze for in return for shares? Is it possible the law firm was doing it as a favor? Or something came up, but the law firm didn't go through. The Trento mine is an intrigue of Chilean government, Mexico, banks in New York, South America, Spain, London, and maybe elsewhere. It's what I understand a story about SVB out of San Francisco. So raising the money, the bonds, went through ups and downs. Now it's in the negotiation phase. Have they changed their mind? Every big deal can change. So these are the negatives that go on. Nothing ever gets done. Oh, woe is me. These are the fundamentals. Yet, the short position is extant. I mean, some people say it's impossible. Well, you have to decide. The other negative I see on GTII is the outstanding shares is much, much higher than when I first got involved. And because time has gone by, the restrictions have been lifted. Well, let's examine that negative. The insiders awarded themselves shares. Why? Well, insiders always do that. 1, 2, they didn't take any of the deals from the shorts. 3, they're not being paid very much, if anything. 4, if they own shares, restricted or not, they can sell 1% a month. 1%, that's not very much. So if they had 1,000 shares, they could sell 10 shares a month. All right. Well, how do they make that a meaningful income to themselves? They award themselves a lot of stock. So that 1% gives them 2 or 3 or 4 grand a month. They still can't sell. They own so much. They're restricted. They work for the company. They're insiders. They can't sell that stock. So it's not available for sale. A good chunk of that. The other thing is the people who brought the deals to GTII and the deals themselves were paid for in shares. That's the GTII model. It's like a roach trap. The roach comes in and never leaves. It's like a motel. You come in and you stay a while. But let's take an example of the Trento mines. The concept was to issue Trento mines 100 million shares. Well, you have to create those shares. They become outstanding. Then Trento Mines operates for 1 or 2 years under the umbrella of the GTII listing. Their books get in order. Their filings get a rhythm. There's public announcements. They're in good standing. Then GTII floats. Trento as its own public IPO. Much like Logic, much like SPACs, what does GTI get? 10%, 15%, 20%. It's negotiated. But the company floats. Guess what they do? They return all of the shares back to GTII. All of them. That's the model GTII has. GTII is a public company incubator. They acquire private companies, it's public, and it's like, I guess, in the old Hollywood, you would get a young woman and you'd groom her to be the next actress, the next star. A man in my position cannot afford to be made to look ridiculous. She was going to be a star. Anyway, those are the negatives. As soon as you sell GTII, it's going to go up and it's going to go to the moon. I reduced my position in GTII. I don't know. I've lost sense of time, but I added to my position significantly in Logic to qualify for CAUD. And I didn't, that was my source of funds. Now, CAUD came, Aubrey was supposed to be de-SPACed, and CAUD, it did go to 38, but somebody is working with the criminals in there. I don't know who it is. It may not be inside of Aubrey or any, it might be just the Caud finances. Anyway, I'm here now, Mike, in a position that CAUD went down, Logic's down. So I haven't been able to rebuy my entire 100% of GTII. I feel naked on it. It bugs me. I think about it. With my luck, it'll run. But what I see happening to GTII, Mike, like all of these stocks, you've got to get through tax loss season. You got to get through tax loss season. So I think there's going to be selling pressure on all these stocks. There's going to be a lot of sellers like yourself that think, oh, it's dead. I'm tired of waiting. Yeah. And I'm not telling you don't sell. You got to do what's right for you. Is there a risk in GTII that the personalities involved clash or something? Or, you can make up disasters. Is there a risk that the whales stop accumulating? I don't know. You can always make up disasters. Any stock from any price at any point of time can go down. But my own view is you got to get through these days. That's it. And then we're in a new year. My own view also, Finger really feels like it's up 10% in spite of everything being down. So my further view, Mike, is that once Finger runs, the whales, where are the whales going to go? I don't think they're going to go to Vocal. I don't think they're going to Vocal. They might go to GDC. They might go to Wolf. They might go to Bitcoin. But I think their number one place they're going to go is GTII. That's what I think. And GTI is a short squeeze play. It's a play on the fact that there's one trap short. It's a play on the fact that one guy who's done this for a living has been studying it. You can't tell with GME that you can't argue against the bullshit argument that they make. oh, they're selling, but then they're buying at the same time. That's just a distraction. And people believe it. Companies see the no-bo list. But why in hell would an offshore LLC who's criming, why would they sign the no-bo list? Why, when you can just create one ADR in good standing in Chicago, ship it offshore somehow, and then the offshores can sell hundreds of millions of shares that don't exist? It bypasses the whole system. It goes through these electronic pipes. Why would that show up in the no-bo list? It's a question I can't figure out. But anyway, Mike, I've just, again, it bores me to tears every time I do it. I've again laid out what I see as the risks and rewards of GTII. The last 2 or 3 times GTII came down to these levels, all of a sudden, out of the blue, it ran for 2 or 3 weeks to 8 or 9 or 10. My opinion, the next time it runs, it's going to hit hiccups at 4, 5, 6, 7, maybe 3. Because people like you, and I'm not picking on you, I just want to get out, right? But if Ham's correct, you've got 450 million shares that need to be covered, and probably a float that's in the 30, 40 million share range. Now, as the price goes up, those outstanding shares that are that's a lot of them now. I think 296 million or more. A lot of them aren't available to trade for the reasons I just gave you. But as it goes up, whales will sell, but they're not selling down here. Anyway, I can't give you specific advice, but if you see no recovery, if that's what you feel, this is a good time, Mike Hayden, to sell GTII or a part of it. And as soon as you sell, it's going to go up. But I would suggest, out of all these stocks, this one right here, buy that one. Why? Now, the problem is, it could take 90 days. It could take 90 days. Well, in 90 days, GTII could go up. But Logic is going to be bought by a company that's worth 60 or 70 cents a share to you. It'll be announced as a definitive agreement. Now, does it go to 60 or 70 cents? I don't know. But if it just goes to 10 cents, if it just goes to 15 cents, you have a trade. Take that money, go back and come back 31 days later and buy GTII back and add to your position of GTII. There are risks in that strategy. You give up your long-term status. It's damn tootin'. As soon as you follow it, the stock there'll be a phone call that Trento mine deal went through, and now we own 40% of a gold lithium mine that's worth $35 a share. Or it'll be like I did. I made a quick trade thinking and I was nervous about it. As soon as Aubrey SPAC de-SPACs, I'll sell that and I'll come back and buy it. And then I'm sitting here waiting. And I don't have my 100% position. There's no risk-free way to trade. You can take advantage of tax losses. Now, I think CAUD in the first quarter could go to $10 or $15. They're going to try to make it happen. Criminals are winning right now. I want to get more comfortable by HNRC, but they're going to pay a 15-cent dividend or some part of that. Is it cash or stock? Do they have toxic lending? Those are the questions. Finger. Sell GTI. Finger is running. Well, I don't know if it's running, but it's up 10% in the face of all these odds. They're waiting for you at Bellevue with their oxygen masks. All right, that's enough on that subject. Yeah, 0.006 on vocal. I don't know how it recovers. I just don't know how it recovers. You have to find somebody that puts in money above the market, and they don't exist. It's dead, but he keeps saying the OG is coming. What's the OG? The OG is coming. I don't know what the OG is. RNVA will be looking better than vocal soon. I think if I had to guess, Lou might have made a deal with some market maker or trader and got a piece of that, or maybe he just got really excited about the trade and he bought into some baloney. I know I bought some shares at 2.5 cents. I still have them, but it's not, RNVA is never going up. And the problem with RNVA, it's seller boxed, and just like where this vocal is now in DBMM, a market maker, when there's volume, and this is what Lou provided, either intentionally or unintentionally, Lou provided some market maker, some trader somewhere, a lot of volume in RNVA. And so if that trader buys it at 0.001 and sells it to you at 0.002, it's 100% gain. Magnificent. Magnificent. Finger is 450. I think it's fine they charged you $100, because if you figure they overnighted it, FedEx is $35, and then they had to pay the transfer agent to overnight it back. That's probably $70. I think it's fine. I think it's fine. Because the money Citadel makes, the regulators want a job at the prestigious law firms, and they're only in there, the intern that just out of college, just out of law school, MBA school, they're only there for a year or two, stamp their resume, and they move on. Or they want a job at Citadel. So nobody looks. And we lionize these men and women that make more money than Croesus. Oh, I see. The half tank is ammo. Am did come on. I guess I got to keep going more quickly. Thank you, John. Gulisano. I know, Doug. I know. Oh, I already answered those questions. Yeah, it hasn't caught on, has it? I don't know if you're still listening. I didn't see that. You fracked using LPG, liquid. I don't know what LPG stands for. I mean, I know there's a frac fluid and there's a frac the sand that sometimes is sand. Sometimes it's white sand, but other times it's artificial. I'm not thinking what LPG is. Sorry. Hey, I'll try to remember that. I'll try to remember that tonight when I go through my doubt. And as that guy said, I go through my guilt. Do I think GTI and Finger will squeeze by March 2024? I think that's really asking a lot of an investment. Could they? Yes. Could they? But to absolutely predict it is impossible. I think Alpine lawyers still are fighting, and law just takes forever. Something's up with Finger, and so yeah, something's up. Yeah, I think it could, but if Nick, I would 3 months is 3 months is real pressure on yourself. But I think Finger looks like something's going on. Yeah. You want to buy back. Thank you, Charlie. I feel like I saw these. Okay, I want to go more quickly. All right, let's see what this says. Oh, God. Do not ignore the atrocities which occurred by the Russian government during World War II, William. Millions died from famine. Executed 700,000. Alfred, I think the number was, I think Stalin killed 60 million. 660. Whether it was war, famine, gulag, executions. 60 million. I don't ignore it. Good optician. You got progressive. Oh, the glasses, but there's a lens I can get in my eye. Okay. Had super stigma. Okay, wore a hard lens. 2 major surgeries. One lens is for distance, one for close up. I might do that. Nunya, Louisville. I spent a lot of time at Louisville Airport driving around. I've been fortunate to go to a lot of Kentucky derbies, and I've spent a lot of time in Lexington, Kentucky, and Cincinnati, and I highly recommend both places. British blood. I lived there, mate. It gets in your blood, isn't it? Hey, Pecos, I just saw that. Hi. I don't want to. If he came on my show, and I'd love to have him on, I wouldn't reprimand him. He's a smart guy. He might reprimand me and say I have it all wrong. But I guarantee you what would happen. He's not afraid of questions. I think he answers honestly. And I think we'd all learn. And I bet he has a game plan. So I think it'd be very valuable to have Jeremy on. And don't be surprised if he didn't tell me I'm wrong. And I don't mind that. As long as someone, look, if you tell me I'm wrong and you explain it, It's better than somebody coming on and just making an ad hominem attack or a not for nothing. Oh, you did this or that, and all your stocks didn't work. Well, okay, where's that coming from? Yeah, Terry, I think everyone in MMTLP should go into the transfer agent and get shares of NextBridge. NextBridge. However, not everyone's going to be able to do that. And not everyone's going to want to do that. Not everyone's going to want to do that. By doing this, I might have to wait 5 years. I might have to wait 10 years. I doubt it, but I might. By having MMTLP, I don't know I'm so tired of drawing the same thing because I'm not that creative. But instead of calling it 165 million, I can't draw. So anyway, instead of 165 million, let's just say there's 165 seats on a plane. And right now, I can't draw it. Just pretend I drew it. Right now, there's a boarding, gate 21. Ladies and gentlemen, all passengers flying to Moscow on flight Aeroflot 621, please go to their gate. And then they get to the gate and they find out there's 600 people sitting in the waiting room. 600 people or 700, but there's only 165 seats on the plane. Well, right now they're offering $1,000 a seat that you don't fly to Moscow on Aeroflot, and there's this indecision going on. There's anger. There's some people are getting mad, and they've called in the militia and they've called in airport security. Some people have fainted. Some people are late. Some people have been sitting there so long and they had to wait overnight, so they had to get hotel rooms and go to the hospital. Some people have contacted lawyers. Some people are calling into Moscow and finding out, did they miss the conference? Are there still hotel rooms? So there's a lot of uncertainty. But as soon as these seats are full and the plane's door is closed, right now in the waiting room, there's 650 passengers who do not know if they have a seat on this plane. It's partly their own decision. It's partly they're waiting for a resolution. It's partly the militiamen are interfering. It's partly the riots that are going. It's partly that there's something going on in Moscow and you're not sure you can fly in. Whatever the reasons, right now, there's 600 to 700 people here who do not know if they have a flight on Aeroflot flight 2060. But once every seat on this plane is full, 165 people. The door is closed and the plane pulls back from the gate and it moves to the runway. Ladies and gentlemen, пожалуйста, пожалуйста. We are number 5. Well, what happens? 165 people have their seat. That's definite now. That means the 600 people, 550 that are left standing in the gate know for a fact they don't have a seat. Before it was unsure, but now they know they don't have a seat. That means they're not going to Moscow. They're not going to Moscow. And the next flight doesn't leave for a week or 2 weeks. So now they have a ticket, but they don't have a seat. They don't have a flight. Well, what happens? Aeroflot owes them a seat. Now there's the Airline Association, there's US laws, there's the airport. There's going to be an argument. There's some people losing their temper. Others will say, just give me my money back. Others will say, I'll take a round trip ticket in two years. All of that's going on. But the thing you now know is everyone waiting does not have a seat on the plane. So what do they have? They have an IOU. They have a worthless ticket in terms of flying on that plane at that time. It doesn't exist. So now the question is, how much are those tickets worth to Aeroflot to get you off their ass? What are their legal obligations? They sold you the ticket. What lawsuit could you bring? What publicity could you bring? What will the American authorities make them pay? That's what's going on. And typically, they start low and then they go higher and higher and higher. Anyone want to take a hotel room and we'll give you a ticket on the January 15th flight? Some people take it. Anybody take a round trip ticket and an upgrade to first class? Some people take it. Anybody take an overnight stay and $1,000 in cash? And it starts going like that. Or Aeroflot says, we're not going to negotiate. We're going to give everybody 150,000 miles, $1,500 per ticket. Or we're going to give everyone 2 round trip first class tickets, good for flight on, if the seats are available, on any flight, any destination Aeroflot travels over the next 3 years. That's what's happening right now. Right now, there's uncertainty. Do I have an X-Bridge? Do I not have an X-Bridge? My understanding, there's only 30 seats available at AST, the airplane, American Stock Transfer. A lot of people don't want to move over. Why? Because to them, getting the $1,500 a ticket and the points and maybe a round trip first class ticket as well, that's worth it to them. That's liquidity. They can wait to travel and they love it. But a lot of people have to get to Moscow. They miss their girlfriend. They miss their children. So that's what's going on. Terry, once those 30 seats or the 30 million are filled and they know how many shares exist, if Nextbridge for sure that are in this situ, then the real arguments will start about how do you pay off these ticket holders. And I think, Terry, the good news is, I know everyone's worried. I have MMTLP. Once the 30 million gets over to AST, MMTLP is as worthless. It's as worthless as the tickets in all these people's hands. It's worthless. MMTLP right now has the value because some of them might get on the plane, but once the plane is full, MMTLP is worthless. But this, it's a contract. Wall Street owes you. And it's a big contract. And there's lawyers duking it out. And I don't know. Terry, let me just be as negative as possible. There's 3.2 billion barrels, no natural gas, and they are able to find a buyer for stock at $5 a barrel. $5. That's $16 billion. Let's just be really negative. Let's divide that by 3. Just completely be negative. So that a buyer comes in to buy the company for $5 billion. There's 165 million shares. That's $32 a share. And I swear, I think I chopped that as aggressively as I can with the information I know now. So my answer is yes, you're going to profit. And I actually think you're going to end up with hundreds of dollars in profit. But the way you asked your question, you have a decision to make. Do I want to get my seat on the plane and know I have value? Or do I want to sit in the waiting room and argue with the airline representative and see if I can get a better deal than they're offering everyone else? And maybe they're going to finally say, "Это всё, до свидания, get the heck out of here." But yes, I think if you hold MMTLP, you will get a profit. Oil and gas is not risk-free. There's always a possibility that one of these fields will fault out or water out or some nightmare will come. In oil and gas, there's always something. Well, we thought, Bill, that we had this and this and this, but then we got down there and there was communication between this and that, and there's porosity and there's permeability, and the porosity is good, but it's not permeable. There's always something. There's always a disappointment. But I think this field, the Oro Grande, has been studied from the time of Torchlight. And the advantage, Terry, you have is you've got 3 to 6 guys that own a lot of this. And they put their money in it. They're oil men. And they're going to negotiate for you. You don't have to worry about it. They own the Nextbridge. They own the MMTLP. Personally, I think it's going to be hundreds of dollars, if not over 1,000, that the settlement comes. But, it's a settlement. What does settlement mean? You give up something, I give up something, and we meet in the middle. So I don't know. But yes, it's a long answer. You're going to make money, in my judgment. Just because you can't sell it now, I think it's good it's not trading. You know why? The criminals would have it at a penny at 0.00001. I think it's great that it doesn't trade. The criminals are trapped too. I know it's a pain it's not liquid. But when you look at it, the only liquidity you were promised, and fair enough, it was taken from you. The only liquidity you were promised was those two, that Friday the 9th and Monday the 12th. You should have been able to trade your stock. Maybe at $3, maybe at 300, maybe at $3,000 a share. But Jessica Hopper, maybe, and FINRA halted trading. That went away. That's never coming back. Well, all Wall Street owes now is one share of NextBridge, non-diluted. I'm not a lawyer, but in my opinion, they owe you one share of NextBridge divided by 165 million shares, not the expanded amount, for every MMTLP. If they don't give it to you, whether it's your decision or their decision, they owe you the monetary value of that. And that's what the lawyers are going to duke out. But you have Greg McCabe, John Berta, 4 or 5 others duking it out. And they're wealthy. They're oil men. They've seen the engineering reports. They know what it's worth. They fielded the phone calls from companies that want to buy them if they do. They fielded phone calls from investors. And they're investing money to improve the value of Oro Grande. So yes, you're going to make money. It's just not now. And I know it's a long time. I invested in 2 gold companies. I raised money for one of them. It's been 10 years. No. It's been 13 years. 13 years. 13 years. But that's a private company. Those are private companies. And this could take years. I don't think it will. But MMTLP won't take as long, potentially, as the private company does to be liquid. What's happening with the private company? They are moving forward. They're not sitting on their ass. And the value per share is going to accelerate to the upside. Oil prices, in my judgment, are going to be up. They're going to prove up their reserves. And then what the ticket agent is standing there. The price that he has to give to everyone goes up because all of a sudden the flights to Moscow are trading at 5,000 round trip instead of 3,000. Then 10,000 because oil prices went up or slots got reduced or everyone wants to move to Moscow because there's a new whatever. That's what's happening at Oro Grande. The value's going up. So Terry, yes, you're going to make money. I believe. I can't guarantee it. VO. I've got to go walk my dog. Wow, it's late, and I'm going to be so nervous about my thing tomorrow. Yeah, I think Wolf is a good buy. Bitcoin maybe. I don't know a lot. What would you speculate yearly dividends and NextBridge could be and for how many years? look, if I were running it all in, I wouldn't pay any dividends. I'd pay none. Now, I think if there's a Wall Street settlement with MMTLP, which includes, it's going to be complicated because some people are going to take cash. Some of it's going to, I believe, it's going to be paying cash to NextBridge to issue shares to give to the shorts. Anyway, it'll all sort out. I think there'll be a cash dividend as well, a cash distribution, maybe for pain and suffering, they'll call it. Or maybe to pay taxes. I don't know. But I think that dividend will go to everybody. What could that be? I don't know. $50? I don't know. That's total speculation. But if I were running NextBridge, and I'm not, in these times now, I wouldn't pay any dividends, none, zero. I would put all my cash flow into drilling and acquiring acreage and other, etc. Now, if I'm Greg McCabe and I own 40%, whatever it is, 27, 40% of the company, I might say, rather than pay myself a salary, I'd like to get a dividend and let's pay it out of cash flow. That's possible. But even then, I don't think right now, this year, next year, following year, I don't think that it would be advisable to pay while you're a private company. I don't think, other than the example I gave where insiders would like to get a dividend, which means everybody will. Although there's apparently a preferred tranche, preferred stock can get a dividend without everybody else getting it. I would put all the money in the ground, all of it, because, or in the bank, because what if oil prices come back down? What if financing dries up? You want to have that capital to remain strong and to be able to continue drilling. The more you prove up, the more you move. My guess is they have 5, 6, 7 billion barrels potential. But the more you move it from 3.2 billion to 3.8, 4, 5 billion, and then you prove up that 5 billion and it's actually 4 billion proven, you do that by drilling. Right now, to spend your capital that way is much better for you, for all shareholders, than paying a dividend. What, you could get a 50-cent dividend a year, or they could drill 12 wells. I don't know if the wolf camp's there, but I'll just make it up, into the wolf camp, and it works. And all of a sudden they can put pad after pad, Christmas tree after Christmas tree, and all of a sudden they've got a production situation where every time you put money down, they're drilling, and it's like Pioneer. Well, then you've increased your value massively. All right. That's my answer for the short term, 1, 2, 3 years. How much would they pay that later would be a question of whether NextBridge goes public, either by IPO or buying a public company, or if they're purchased by a public company. I don't know how to answer that question to you all in, but I'll explain why it's difficult. I paid $8 a share. Let's say, I'm making it up. Let's say Exxon comes in and buys and I'm going high because I don't want any lawyers here hearing a low number. But let's say Exxon comes in and pays $800 a share, which I think would be maybe $35 a barrel, $30 a barrel. Anyway, let's say they pay I paid $8. Let's say they pay $800 in shares of Exxon stock. Well, once I own Exxon, I think I would get a dividend in the range of 4 to 5% a year, and it would grow forever. But how do I, this is the thing, how do I translate that back to the fact that I paid only $8? I don't know. I'll leave that to an accountant. But my expectation all in, at some point, my hearing is going, something's happening to my hearing. What I'm talking about all in is what I'm talking about all in is I think NextBridge is here. This is the whole time we've been in it. I think NextBridge is here. They may never get up this hockey stick. Pioneer was purchased for $30 in Exxon stock, but it's so advanced. It's a production company more than an exploration company. This is still exploration. And it's the wrong time to pay dividends. It's the wrong time to borrow money. Unless it's, not too much. Ideally, NextBridge would prove up its reserves so much, so quickly, and for so long, that they could sell to Exxon and they'd be producing. This is algorithmic returns. This is arithmetic returns. Exxon will buy here for 12 or 15% annualized returns. They're not, believe it or not, Exxon doesn't want to buy down here yet. Later in the cycle, they might. They'd rather buy it from you after you've proven it up. So anyway, if NextBridge does not get purchased, and if NextBridge does not go public, I would expect as they go up that value curve, they'll start paying a dividend. Look, these wealthy men want a return of capital. My guess they would start out. See, there's so many unknowables. What's the value per share? I don't have the engineering report. And I don't know what the production would be. I don't know what oil prices would be. But I would guess wherever it is, let's say they determine it's worth $500 a share and the cash flows justify it and oil prices justify it, and they have enough capital for CapEx for that year and maybe the next year. I would guess they pay out anywhere from 8 to 12% dividend, because it would be going to themselves. If they did pay out an 8 to 12% annualized dividend and the company was public, the price would go up, I think, so that the dividend ended up being in the 4 or 5% range. It's impossible to speculate all in. It's impossible. I do think the settlement of MMTLP will give you a cash distribution, even if you're in NextBridge. I think there will be a dividend as a cash distribution as part of the payout. The crews were struggling, hitting zones. 200,000 barrels of oil equivalent now. That's a pretty massive effing well. I doubt that. That's what they're producing daily now? In one well? 5 wells? I don't believe it. I don't believe that number. I'm not questioning you. I just think I'm misreading what you're trying to tell me. Yeah, these geologists are great. I think it's a great team. Oh, and that's based on 10% recovery. Wow. So who asked that question? Terry, this is massive right here. If this is true, and I don't have a copy, but I trust MVP Chair. If it's 10% recovery, I think that 3.7 billion barrels recovery are based on 3P reserves, 3P and maybe 4P. As they drill and move, as they move up the certainty scale, if they get to 2P, that's 50%. Well, what's 50% compared to 10%? It's 5 times that. Or 4 times, 5 times. Woo. Terry, I think you're going to make a lot of money. If that's right, you're going to make a lot of money. Ah, come on, computer. There were 5 benches. Yeah, now there's 2 more. So there's a total. So I don't know what you mean though about 200,000 barrels of oil production a day. That's what they estimate, because they can't be producing it now. Not with the rig that Wild Bill's talked about. But that's great, MVP Chair. If those are blanket sands or zones, which I assume you mean that, they've hit 2 more. So now they have what you got to do is think of I'll get a picture of something to show you. But failing that, just think of a wedding cake, and where the icing is, that's oil zones, and they drill into those. That's awesome. That is massive news. Massive. It's great, MVP Chair. He's sleeping. Oh, God. Oh, God. Machka. He's sleeping right here, but I'm going to go walk him. He's sleeping. What's better to buy now? Logic or GTII? I don't know. That's a good question. I think Logic, I'm buying it, slowly adding, but I think Logic, you have to plan on it could take up to 90 days for an audit and a deal. But it could happen in 30 or 45 days. And then you wonder, will it trade all the way up to the value? I'm not planning on that. I'm thinking I'll get out at, if it goes there, 20, 25, 30 cents. But there's a chance it goes up to $1 or 75 cents, 60 cents as everyone covers. So anyway, Logic, I think, has some certainty. I mean, it's certain somebody's going to buy the show. What's unknown is exactly what the value is per share. Also unknown is exactly when, but it's going to happen. It is not. If you bought logic here, I suppose you could look at 10x to 25x. But for me, I mean, I reserve the right once there's an announcement, and if the announcement changes my mind. But for me, it's a trade, and I'll probably just get out in the middle on the way up. I'm not going to hold forever. So I would look at 10 to 15x maybe, or less, or less. So, okay, compare that to GTII. If Finger runs, GTII, I think, will run. If GTII goes into that period where there's forced buying in at Alpine of tens of millions of shares. And now that's an assumption. And if what happens when you make an ass out of you and umption. But if there's all that buying, GTII could go to the moon. So that's the risk. Having said that, Dre, I'm buying logic now. I'm buying logic. I still have some GTII, but it's risky because GTII could run, this one arrest. GTI could run like that and boom. I don't think logic is going to go boom. Mate, this parrot wouldn't boom if you put 6 million volts through it. The only reason it was standing on its perch is because you nailed him there. If I hadn't nailed him there, he would have muscled up to the bars, bent them apart with his beak, and boom. Hey, John. I don't know about Nexu. Can I, Fisherman 8, may I beg off of that because I have to walk my dog, but I'm going to write it down, Fisherman 8. NXU, huge news. I'll do it tomorrow. Fisherman 8. And if I don't, I'll try to look it up tonight. I am getting surgery tomorrow, so if that interferes with my ability to do anything, but I'll try. I just got to move down the list. I'm sorry. I didn't see your question until just now. I'm not trying to be dismissive at all. I'm just I've been taking too long talking. I've got to walk him, eat, go to sleep, and probably get up at 4 a.m. Yes, I am having lens replacement surgery, and I'm scared about it. Hey, Joe Drynan, how are you? How are you? There is our friend Richard called me last night, and I don't know if he's out of it or for real, but there's seems to be something going on with our Dublin stock, and then he knows something about the other, and I'm out of the loop on the other. There seems to be something going on, but I'm out of the loop. But we can catch up. I've been in. I get drained, and I've been in a bit of survival mode. But we'll catch up. I know you. I owe you a phone call, or probably 5. Oh my God! What are the instructions? I do get lazy. All right, I will. All right, here's NXU. All right, let me at least look at the price. I can't find there it is. NXU, 3 cents. Strategic partnership with Lynx Motors. EV charging stations. New finance chief. Let's look at the third quarter financials. Launched their new megawatt charging. That's great. The only thing, Fisherman 8, and I don't have time to look. I just got to go look what their financing situation is. It really doesn't matter if you have good news. It really doesn't matter if you came up with the solution for Alzheimer's. If you need capital, or if your burn rate's too high, if you've already in a toxic convertible note, doesn't matter. You're going to be, your stock's not going up. Too expensive to pay Schwab. Send them to me so I can send them in. Yeah, John, I'm leaving mine in my IRA. I'm leaving mine in my IRA. I called in. I don't know. I go back and forth. Yeah, I think it's a push. I don't think it's worth taking it out of the IRA. Here's the thing. The settlement might be taxable. The increase in value from $8 Nexbridge stock to 800, make that up, is not taxable until you sell, because you didn't sell. That's how assets work. But a settlement outside of an IRA might be taxable, because if you think about it, let's say they pay you $800 a share for a unit of MMTLP. That's a settlement. That's not value going up. So it might be better to keep it in the IRA. That's why my gut tells me the thing you should own is Nexbridge stock. But there's a tax consideration of owning MMTLP outside. I don't know. I'm too tired to come up with a solution. Well, I'll look at it. I've got to look at the financing. I don't see NXU up 85%, but I'll. Okay, Dunya, they list your shares as Nexbridge with a QSIP. I assume I have them. I don't trust it, Nunya. I guess I would do two things. I would call Schwab and ask them if the Nexbridge shares are in your name or if they are in street name. That's what I would do first. Are they in Chucky Schwab's name or are they in your name? That'd be one call I'd make. If they say they're in your name, then I would call AST, and it's not that hard. Call AST and see if they are indeed in your name. I don't believe they're in your name, because brokerage firms no longer hold certificates in safekeeping as a general rule. So, Nunya, there's a huge risk, in my judgment, that Nexbridge hydrocarbon QSIP is just an IOU. Now, realistically, if the company is bought out or it starts trading or there's a dividend, Schwab's probably going to pay it to you. Or if it starts trading, you'll probably be able to sell it. Just like every other stock that's fake in our accounts. But that's what I think I would do. I think I would call Schwab and ask them, is it in street name or in my name? Odds are it's in street name. Then I would ask Schwab, if it's in street name, how difficult would it be for me to transfer that to AST? Nunya, once you have it at AST, don't do it the way I have it here. Don't do it the way I have it here. Don't do that. I mean, they may send it to you at home, but then send it to AST. But I called in, AST has it for me. I kind of have this here because it's a prop. And I think I still have plenty of time. But if you get it into AST, that's electronic shares. It's in your name. Just leave it there. When something happens, buyout, it goes public, there's dividends, it's in your name. You'll receive your dividend at home. Or let's say it's bought out by Exxon. You'll get Exxon shares. Or let's say it starts trading by, I don't know, just floating on without a big elaborate IPO. You can transfer those shares electronically to Schwab. But I think, look, Nunya, most of the shares of GTII Finger that we own are counterfeit, but it doesn't really affect what our statements say. So you can leave it like that. But if I were you, I would call Schwab. Are the shares in street name or in my name? They're in street name. I'd like to move them to AST. Let me say it a different way, Nunya. If the airplane gets full of 165 seats and you're still in the waiting room, the gate, and the ticket agent comes to you and says, "Oh, we don't owe you any money. Your ticket's good." And you go, "It is? It is? So I can get on that flight?" "Oh, no. You can get on the next flight." And I don't know, I guess technically, if they let you on the next flight, it's a good ticket. And so technically, if it's an IOU in your account and they let you sell it and they honor any dividend payments, and if it's bought out, they honor that. You just have to make that call. I wouldn't be willing to take that risk. Once the plane is full, once AST is full, even if it says Nextbridge in your account, you just have an IOU. I wouldn't take that risk. So that's just me. All in, I think they might be giving you counterfeit shares. Just call. They may have fixed it. They may have fixed it. I know NXU was up. I wrote it down, but doesn't mean it won't go back down. I don't know anything about it. That's good news. But if they have crappy financing, which the stock price tells me they do, it doesn't matter. Hey, technology. Oil pollutes and contributes to global warming. Just face it. Renewable energy is the way. The Biden administration supports renewable energy. What does that tell me? Do I have to answer that, Alfred? Do I? Windmills. Look, Alfred, by human beings existing in a population that's too big, maybe, for a closed system like our planet to handle, maybe, the way we're doing it, we're gonna cause global warming. You know what causes global warming? Lots of things, and then it gets a positive feedback loop. There can be things like the Earth gets too close to the sun. It can be the whole solar system, which is happening right now, is going into a part of space that is, I don't have the terminology, but it's thicker. So the whole thing is there's more pressure. It can be it can be all those things. But it can, I happen to believe in that there's a climate change, global warming crisis, which sets me apart from a lot of my oil and gas friends, and they kind of look at me like I'm a nut. But oil pollutes, you say. So does horse shit. So does burning wood and chopping down trees. So does solar panels. They expire. And where do you put them? In the dump? Building them. Every time you flush your toilet, you're polluting. The fact there's so many of us, there's not enough fertilizer. Where does that come from? Where does fertilizer come from? Do you fly anywhere? Do you eat at McDonald's? Do you go shopping? Do you order from Amazon? Okay. What are the renewables? Windmills? I like all of those things, but it's not going to solve the problem. Where does your you turn on your light like every good Democrat? You just come in a room and turn on the light? I do too. I'm a Democrat. Click. Where does that come from? In my case, there used to be coal plants here. You know where it comes from? I think it's called Indian Point. I might be wrong. Nuclear power plant. Nuclear power plants pollute. Now, a lot of people don't agree with me, but every 5 to 7 years, there's an accident at a nuclear power plant. Chernobyl, 3 Mile Island, the waste in Washington State and in South Carolina. I don't know how people live there. Now, most of that's weapons grade. Fukushima Daiichi, I believe, has destroyed the northern Pacific Ocean. Sulliford, I don't know if I'm pronouncing it, in the UK. Russia just would, and we did too, just dump our nuclear waste in the ocean. Italy did that. When you drive an electric vehicle car, you're consuming oil and plastics and tires. So anyway, Alfred, I feel like I'm speaking to an idiot, and people watching are figuring out I'm the idiot. I think the fact that the Biden administration supports renewable energy as an immediate replacement shows what complete nincompoops they are. Yeah, I think there are a lot of buying will come in if it gets under. I think there's a lot of buying in GTII, but it depends. If somebody bought 1 million shares of GTII in a forest, would it make a sound? Yeah, I think it would show up. I'm not sure do anything right away. If they did it all at once, my guess is, well, I don't know how they do it. Would they just go in at 48 cents or 49 cents, buy all they could, and then sit on the bid? They'd probably get it. They'd probably get it, but it might take days. If they went in at 49 cents and then kept buying all the way up to I don't know, $2 to fill their order, they might trigger a squeeze. But I'm not sure a million's enough to do it. It just depends on who is counterfeiting the shares. Yeah, I got to stop. I want to get off. I got to get off this thing. Got to go walk my dog. Yeah, I'm nervous about I'm nervous about it. I've got to make the right choice for my lens. It's more of a telethon. Yeah, I'm raising money for Jerry's kids. MMTLP went private to do a tax-free stock drop saves. Yeah. You're pretty smart, MV Chair. I should have you on this. You should come on. You can just hide your face if you want and answer questions. I'm not saying I'm embarrassed, but I am saying I'm being outdone by your answers. And I love it. I love it. I really appreciate it. I really appreciate it. Hey, Shell, I keep missing you, but my aim is getting better. That's a stupid song. Thank you. Thank you. I really appreciate that you come on. I go through periods of time where when I get off this, and I'm literally, I don't know if I'm stressed out, but I'm completely drained for 3 or 4 hours. And I'm not complaining. It's just, I don't know. I absorb a lot. I start thinking, why did I say that? I should have said that. It's just nightmare city, nightmare city. And then I pick up dog poop and everything comes into perspective. Yeah, the dividends are passive. And that's why MV Chair, I was thinking if you were a CEO or a president like McCabe and there's cash flow, would you pay yourself a salary and you own a lot of stock or a dividend? I think I pay a dividend and a small salary for tax reasons. Yeah. Well, I know I didn't know it was 95 cents, but I know Exxon pays every quarter. And I thought it was in the 4 or 5% range, but let me look. Wow, it's 100. It's 100. Exxon's 100. And one thing I learned of all places, Merrill Lynch, is when you're in a bull market or an industry is starting to pick up, or just an individual stock, and it always works. Sorry, the computer's going to shut down on me. But when a stock starts getting to 85, 88, 90, it goes to 100. All right, the dividend percentage. Well, I was probably right a few months ago, but the dividend percentage is basically 4%. So yeah, MVP. That's all right. Let's see this. 21% tax savings on 50 billion purchase is huge. Oh, because you've lost me. MMTLP went private to do a tax-free stock swap. Okay. That I get. But where's the 50 billion coming from? And then there's depreciation, yeah. Where does that 50 billion come from? It's a nice number. Absolutely, Boily Wiggins. I don't think they'll accept fake shares. AST is a good group. AST is a good group. Oh, all right. See, I misread what you were saying. Yeah, these 5 geologists or one helped Hess in Bakken create 200,000 barrels of oil equivalent a day. So they know what they're doing. Excellent. I'd love that. I set up this email, which I still, when I go on Google, on Gmail, it doesn't show up. Maybe I was thinking today when I was walking my dog, maybe what I have to do is sign in on a computer rather than on a device. I don't think you can read this, but it's fair and balanced. My name, fair and balanced at Gmail. The reason I did that, my dad always said, tell people your name is fair and like fair and cool today. The weather is fair and cool. Well, most people have heard of O'Reilly fair and balanced. So fair and balanced. Oh God, fair and balanced at Gmail. Fair and balanced at Gmail. Yeah, I'm going to get into it. I don't think I am tonight or tomorrow because of my eye, but I'll get into that. Oh, oh boy. I'm so sorry. I'm glad your eldest boy or girl was safe. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Can you imagine? What would you do? I think I'd freeze. All right. Thank you very much, CB. Remember, it's Anna's birthday today. I'm going to take a break. I'm going to get down here. All right, Fisherman, 3 million shares for $3 million. That'd be $1 a share. $3 million shares for $3 million. Something's wrong in that. Because that'd be $1 a share, I think. So could it be $3 million for 300 million shares? I can't figure it out right now, Fisherman. I'll look it up. I'll look it up. I'll look it up. 61% per Dozier. Wow. I think Finger's looking all right. I know when you watch it day by day, it's down, but it was $3.99. It was $3.99. Are you out of your mind? 2 weeks ago, and now it's $4.50. I'm not going to look. Thank you. It's 40 minutes. 40 minutes. Yeah, but how long, Nunya, will I take to make my decision on which lens? A girl. You're lucky. Oh my God. Oh my God. I don't, ugh. I just can't imagine. I just can't imagine. Ugh. But as my dad said, and I've told you, and then I'm going to sign off. My dad, I went to my nephew's confirmation, and my brother and my sister each have 3 kids, and then the cousins came with kids, and so it was a whole Irish Catholic. My mother was more Italian, but my dad remarried an Irish. Anyway, Irish Catholic gathering. Great. It was great. But at this place, with all the kids, the windows and it was new, the sound, Dad said, "Come on, Bill. It's too loud. I don't want to sit down there. Let them handle that." So he walked me up to this small bar. It was, after confirmation mass. So it was probably brunch, maybe 12:30, 1 o'clock. And we sit down. It's just the two of us. We're in our suits. He always had his shoes really polished. Navy guy, always had them polished. And we sit down, and we might have had a beer. I can't remember. Probably had coffee. And we just talked while they ordered food, and they got the kids settled down. And Dad said, and he pointed around. He said, "This is an anteroom. This is just an anteroom." And I looked around. I said, "Dad, it's a sidebar. What do you mean it's an anteroom? I mean, you can't get out. It doesn't go anywhere. What do you mean it's an anteroom?" He said, "No, no, 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 Bill. This is an anteroom. This life." This is a few years ago. I don't think he was thinking about his mortality. He might have been. But he said this life, all of this is but an anteroom. What comes next is life. What comes next is the big show. And so he said that to me, and then we talked about other things, and I'd never forgot it. And then I went to Thanksgiving. I think it was that year at my brother's house. Everyone gathered, big table. Maybe it was a couple years later because Dad had a cane. And hey, it's dinner. Everybody get to the table. Kids start running to their table. It's all noise and all that. I go to help, Dad. And he's sitting there, and before he got up, he said, "Son, this is all but an anteroom." This time I knew what he was saying. And I said, "I know, Dad. You told me. You said this is just an anteroom before we go to heaven." And he looked at me. I guess that means you might not go to heaven. But I asked him, I said, "Dad, how do you get into heaven? How does one get into heaven?" And he looked at me like he didn't expect that answer. My father almost became a priest. Then he met my mother. But he said to me, he looked at me. It didn't take him very long. He said to me, "Well, Bill, be kind, and don't cheat." That's what he said. That's how you get to heaven. Be kind and don't cheat. Be kind and don't cheat. I'm good at not cheating. I don't know about the kindness part. Right back on the couch. I'm going to go now. I'm going to finish these. I'm going to wish everyone peace, love, and happiness. I know it's sad. I'm not a big fan. I'm not anti-guns. Like, for example, Pecos Bill has a gun. It doesn't bother me at all. He knows what it's about. But I don't understand the definition of the Second Amendment that allows these punks and these mental cases to get guns, and there's something wrong with that. But I don't get me wrong. I believe responsible people should be able to have guns. Yeah, I didn't mean to go this long, but the problem is people are losing money. There's people upset, and then I get off on my riffs, and this guy's going to say, "I used to be against your long videos," and then I realized that the rest of the media is all crap. No, there's other good videos out there. There's Avid. There's Ace. Ace is the place. Arca is great. You can watch Jimmy Dore. I like watching. You can watch Judge Napolitano. Sometimes has good guests. Abby Martin is good. What else? You could watch ETWN. All right, Lucky Boy, we're gonna go. I know Lucky can't see. We're gonna go out, Lucky. We're gonna go right now. Lucky and I are gonna go out. So anyway, good night to everyone. Thanks for joining, and I'll try to keep things shorter. What I need to do is to do some short videos. Ham will go, wow, William did a video, but I don't know how to do those. I need a better computer, then I will. But what I really want you all thinking about, not so much how much you're down and when is it going to happen, but I really think over these next few days, there are going to be opportunities. You could even do it in stages. Don't buy everything all at once. But over these next few days in these stocks, there are maybe opportunities to buy these stocks at lows you won't see next year. And if the January effect comes into play, which it could, you might have a quick trade. All right. All right, technologically spastic. Good night. Good night. Good night. Good night. And I'm going to say ciao. Oof. It won't sign off. It's spinning. All right. So now I'll say cheers. It's so amazing. It won't end. It won't